Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. This is How to Train a Speedrunner, and we have Donkey Kong Tropical Freeze tonight. Before we get into that, just a few quick notes. So Summer Games Done Quick has wrapped up, but you can go check out the playlist over on GamesDoneQuick.com, or sorry, on the Games Done Quick YouTube channel, which you can find from there. But and also, from now until July 15th, GDQ's revenue from subs, Prime Gaming subs, gift subs, and bitch cheered after taxes will be donated to Doctors Without Borders by Games Done Quick. With all that being said, we can jump right into it. We've got Spike here for Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze. How you doing, Spike?
I'm doing great. How are you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great. I'm excited to have the game on.
Yeah, very excited. It was one of those where, like, obviously we're in a flurry, like SGDQ's coming up, a lot of the stream plans and everything. And you kind of asked me a little while ago, like, hey, would you like to be on my show to How to Train a Speedrunner, Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze? And the episode I had seen of this before was TGH. And I was like, oh, that's really cool. And I love doing tutorials. I love teaching people how to speedrun. I think this is such a cool little hobby to get into. And I realized for the Switch original mode, which I just ran for SGDQ, had a lot of fun doing it, there's not really a proper tutorial out there. So your show is actually giving me a really good opportunity to say, let's get it out there. Got 4,000 people watching. Let's jump in, have a good time. I'll teach y'all how to play Donkey Kong really fast. We're going to keep rolling. So
awesome. Yeah, I'm happy to have the game on the show. I think it's a fun game. And I think you're a great teacher, so.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. With that, I didn't know if you had anything else we need to do for the intro, or if we just need to dive right into this sucker.
We're ready to go whenever you are. I will keep an eye on chat. I'll ask any questions that come up, and I'll ask any questions that I think of.
Sounds good. All right. So then, yes, everyone, I'm Spike Vegeta, and this is Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze, originally released for the Wii U back in 2014. I will be playing the Switch version tonight. So obviously, this is, for a lot of people, this is just, we're vibing, we're watching some Donkey Kong. I'm going to run through the entire game and kind of break down different segments of levels and everything. I actually have a ton of different clips on my Switch version here that we can kind of break down different visual cues and everything. It'll be really, really fun. But also for all of you out here, there might be some of you that say, I actually want to learn this. So we're going to break down kind of the tools of the trade first off about how you move your characters in this game. So I'm going to go ahead and just jump into here. We got a level with a nice, just kind of open little section at the beginning because they're on the original mode, which is a part of the Switch version, which is basically the Wii U version on the Switch version, just with much, much faster loads. So if you got the Switch version, I would definitely recommend running that. You're going to save about 9 minutes and any percent on loads alone on like an 85-minute speed run. So that's a large percentage of just you're not watching the loading screen go by. So here we are. We got just solo Donkey Kong. He can't do a lot. Effectively, he is your base character, and then the other three Kongs that you're seeing in the barrel right here, Diddy Kong, Dixie Kong, and Cranky Kong that it keeps cycling through, they're your power-ups. And as you go through the game, there'll be different barrels with each of them in it. Most of your barrels are going to have these rotating versions of it, where whenever I break it open, that will give me that Kong. But there will also be a number of times where it'll just be a Diddy barrel, or just be a Dixie barrel, or just be a Cranky barrel. So, with that being said, let's kind of just teach you the movement. The movement in this game is not like super, super complex. I would definitely say Donkey Kong, in general, feels a little heavier than other characters, like maybe you're playing like a new Super Mario Brothers game, a Rayman game, any of these sorts of platformers, an Ori and the Blind Forest. Generally, obviously, you got your basic, you can walk, you can jump. We don't want to be doing this hardly ever. You pretty much always want to be rolling. So rolling obviously only sends you forward for a while, for just a little bit with solo Donkey Kong. So a general way to maintain all that momentum is rolling and jumping out of it. And you kind of just chain these together and keep going. Roll, jump, roll, jump, roll, jump. And that can kind of maintain that momentum as you go. From there, it's your basic, you got different amounts of sensitivity that you can, aim that for. And mid-air, a lot of people say because you're so heavy, it feels like you don't have much mid-air control. I think that's a little underrated. I think you actually do have a fair amount of mid-air control if you want to pull back at all, if you need to stop yourself on a platform and get wherever you need to go. Obviously, for the most part, we want to hold right and just keep going forward. Now, to show off each of the 3 different Kongs, so let's start off with Diddy Kong right here. Any of the Kongs that you pick up, if you have an extra Kong on your back, all of a sudden you have an infinite roll. This is no trick or anything. You're just going that same direction and you keep tapping Y. You don't have to time it or anything. You now have an infinite roll that you can still jump out of based on what you got to do, which makes it a lot easier to kind of set up spacing for different things you have to do for where you want to go. And the vast majority of this run, you're going to want to have that Kong on your back. But obviously when you're starting out, you're going to be losing Kongs all over the place. So still having a good feel of just rolling and jumping with Donkey Kong, base Donkey Kong, is good to have. From there, Diddy's only special power, they all will have something special above ground and underwater. So above ground for Diddy, he's got a little jetpack. He's the only character from Donkey Kong Country Returns. So he gives you a little hover in the air. So if you need to kind of extend, right there you can see you can make gaps and whatnot. If you need to extend how long you're in the air for, this will kill a lot of your momentum. But as soon as you hit the ground, you can pick it right back up. Diddy's is the least interesting. They brought the other Kongs into Tropical Freeze coming from DKC Returns, so they're a little more interesting above ground. So now let's pick up Dixie Kong. She also trumps Diddy in pretty much every way above ground, outside of water, because she also has a hover, and hers even has a lift to it. So if you have to reach a higher up platform, she can do that for you that Diddy can't otherwise. In terms of like how far you can go with her hover, it is about the same as Diddy's, so they're equal in that regard. There's a little bit of nuance to understanding how to utilize Dixie's hover to not waste too much time floating up in the air. So like right here, I want to make sure this penguin's obviously in the way, but like if I wanted to roll and like, let's say I only could barely make this platform, I don't want to have this long like hover and then land on it. I want to throw in just like a little baby hover. So let me see if I can like to just land on the front of it and keep going. Yeah. So like and then you can keep going, as opposed to this long wind up right here. Now that being said, that's Diddy, that's Dixie. When you really get into speedrunning this game, it's all about Scrooge McDuck. It's about Cranky Kong right here. He is the one that is going to be doing the most damage, and that is because he's got this cane that maintains all momentum off of anything you are trying to do. It can bounce off of pretty much anything that is not a bottomless pit. Like we can actually showcase it right here. You've got this, you got spikes right here. He can just bounce off of it. You lose no speed for any time you use the cane bounce. And just like Dixie, he can actually gain more height off of that and gain and just be able to reach up at higher platforms, sections of levels that you wouldn't have access to otherwise. From there, because Cranky is the one you're going to be using the most, you have to understand that obviously just like there's jump sensitivity if you like bounce off of enemies or platforms or anything, his cane bounces also have varying amounts of how sensitive they can be. So throughout the run, I will kind of denote different bounces and everything based on, sometimes I want to do a neutral bop off of an enemy. Let me actually come over here. So like I maybe want to, I can't set up the spacing. Oh, that poor thing's gonna die. Here, let me, I picked a level to load into that only has one enemy and he's in a weird spot. Here, let's actually switch over to him. So you might do like a little neutral bop right there, and that's sometimes you want a lower trajectory. And then I'm going to generally describe the cane bounces in 3 different heights. There's gonna be minimum bouncing, max bounce, and then there's medium. Now medium obviously can mean a range of things. That just means, to show you a minimum bounce, you're really just tapping the button as you're hitting the ground. You still want that low trajectory, maybe you're jumping off spikes, but you want something more than just like a neutral bop off of an enemy, where you don't press the button at all and it just sends you forward. You've got a maximum bounce where a lot of times I'll just hold the cane out and you gain a lot more height off of it, depending on like what the platforming spacing is. And then there's just medium stuff. where just that's going to be somewhere in the middle. It's not like a scientific, like it's exactly medium every single time. What I'm just saying to you all at learning at home is it's not a tap bounce. It's not a hold the button and go all the way. It's something in the middle. And if you get into running this game, you kind of just learn landmarks that, okay, I want to land like at maybe this tree in the background. So I want to aim for that and wherever that sends me. So from there, a lot of stuff you got to learn from it. Now that's above ground. I know y'all, we want to jump into the levels and start going over the level design and going over what makes this game so cool. But first, I also want to jump over to World 4. It has a lot of water levels in it because each of the Kongs also have special different abilities underwater compared to what they have above ground. Let me go over to 4-1 right here. And let me actually, go and I'm going to use an inventory here so I can put in all 3 of the different Kongs and have them queued up to go as soon as I lose another Kong so I can just jump back and forth between them. So while I said Cranky is going to be the king above ground, Diddy is actually the king underwater. This is where Diddy really gets to shine. So again, each of them have different powers. There he is jumping off of that spiked enemy right there. Cranky's only real special ability is you see he can swing his cane underwater. So it gives you a little bit of an attack right there. It's, other than one very specific spot, it's not terribly impressive. It will allow you to knock out like spiked enemies like urchins underwater. But yeah, other than that, you're not gonna be using Cranky a ton underwater. So let's actually get hit right here. Let's lose Cranky. And let's get out of the water. So this is where Diddy is king. He's got this jetpack, and we like to go fast in the speedrunning community. This is just repeatedly, you press A, hold it. It's generally better to like hold it all the way through the jetpack. Just press A and hold, press A and hold, press A and hold. If you bonk out of it, it takes a second to kind of recover. And you're going to be utilizing that all over underwater levels. And you can see you can kind of change directions because sometimes, oh, I ran out of water. Because sometimes there you're going to be, let me actually go down and get Diddy. Because there's also a barrel down here. Where you don't always want to be doing full jetpacks underwater. Because sometimes I want to switch directions really quickly. Diddy, in a lot of ways, makes the underwater movement in this game feel really, really smooth. So I'm going along. Maybe I want to switch to going down real quick. You can just tap that button down. Tap, switch to right, switch to right, switch down right. Keep going. So yeah, Diddy is definitely a lot of fun. So let me now go back. Let's actually, I can probably just take a death here on these urchins, because the last one we have to show off is Dixie Kong. She has one very unique skill underwater where we're gonna have to utilize her for one section in particular in this level, actually, whenever we get here. Let me go over and get her. I didn't plan this out completely properly, that's fine. I was this afternoon getting set up to do this. I felt like a professor or a teacher trying to like get all my slides ready and everything for like a good lesson plan today. So yeah, switch over to Dixie. So to note any of the Kongs, including Diddy, if you just tap Y instead of B or A, you do this corkscrew. If you are not Diddy, this is generally your fastest way of moving underwater. So if you are in sections like that, you just want to tap Y, you're just going to corkscrew. Same as it'd be over, above ground. Her unique power is that she has this right here. If you hold A, she has this little hair twirl, and her magical blonde hair will allow you to go against currents underwater, which we'll be using specifically to get into like secret exits generally, which we'll go over once we get to this level much later in the night. With that, the only other thing I have to show underwater, let's go ahead and lose Dixie. Let's say you're solo Donkey Kong, which will actually be at the very start of this run. So he has a breaststroke, and he also hacks the corkscrew himself. But just like when you're above ground, Donkey Kong can't do the infinite roll. He also can't do the infinite corkscrew right here. So what you actually do is you can actually have them alternate between each other. So I'm actually like rocking my thumb back and forth from B to Y right there. You can also do A to B, or A to X rather. And that kind of refunds each of them instantly, so he can just keep moving to where he's really not any slower than having Dixie, having Cranky on your back. The only thing he's slower than is, once again, not having Solo, or not having Diddy Kong in your back to have that jetpack. And Diddy in some of these, like, you know, minute and a half, 2 minute long levels, Diddy can save like 30 seconds, just to give an idea of how much faster Diddy is. The last thing I'm gonna go over in terms of like basic mechanics, how this game works. You've seen rotating barrels above water and underground. Above water, they're on 1 second cycles. So for 1 second, it'll show Diddy, 1 second, it'll show Dixie, 1 second, it'll show Cranky, and then it'll rotate back to that side. It will always be in that order. So because of knowing that, all barrels in this game are on global cycles. So from the time you enter the level, they're rotating like that. So there will be many times throughout this run I'm gonna say, we're trying to catch the Cranky cycle, or the Diddy cycle, or the Dixie cycle, one or the other. And I know internally, if I have clean movement, generally you're gonna get there right on cycle with the Kong you want. Sometimes you have to just slow down, it doesn't matter. You still want to get there by a certain time. So we're always going to be trying to catch those cycles throughout the run. It's a game very much about visual cues and catching cycles. Underwater, the only difference with the rotating barrel cycles, they're still global, but they're on 2 second cycles. So the window's bigger to get them, but that also means they're more punishing underwater if you were to miss them. So generally, if I miss like a Cranky cycle above water, I'm losing 3 seconds. If I miss like a Diddy cycle underwater, I'm losing like close to 6 seconds. And that can make a big difference in your run over the course of it, all these different cycles you're trying to capture. With that being said, I think that's all the basic mechanics I want to get out of the way. You got Donkey Kong playing his Nintendo 3DS right here. I am ready to jump into the base game from the beginning. Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze is a game built on 6 worlds that you have to get through, defeating a boss at the end of each world, and anywhere between 4 and 8 levels in each world that you have to go through. So let's get back over here 1-1, and we'll get this sucker started. All right, 1-1 Mangrove Cove. To note, it's like a super minor thing. The load screens are much faster, like I said, on the Switch version compared to the Wii U version. The only load screens that are still a little long are the first ones of each world when you load it, because it's loading in all the assets. So we come in right here. Obviously, the prompt is on screen. You hit Y and X. I generally, whenever I know I need to, both Y and X do the same thing in this game, and A and B do the same thing in this game. So all for this, I'll just rock my thumb back and forth between Y and X, and that'll give me a fast enough break out of it. So loading in here in 1-1, again, we're solo Donkey Kong. We're gonna be doing those roll jumps. That is gonna be your fastest mode of transportation as solo Donkey Kong, and that'll be the case for about the first 45 seconds of this run. So let's start going. You have this waterfall here. Immediately, I want to still roll down it and jump as late as I can, but if I go too far down it, the waterfall's gonna push me down, and it'll be very slow sliding all the way down. So it's kind of on the spacing of your roll jumps, whatever that sets you at. There's the banana trail going down the waterfall. Generally, if you jump at the 3rd or 4th banana, you did a good job. If you go past that point, the waterfall is gonna push you down. So let's see if we can, my spacing is probably a little off right here. Yeah, like I only did 2 right there. Now we are in the water. We're gonna be doing that alternating between B and Y right there, where I'm kind of rocking my thumb back and forth to have good corkscrew movement into breaststroke movement coming out of here. So jumping up right here, some of this I'm probably going to have to like go back in the level a little bit, just because for the most part in this game, things work off of local cycles, not global cycles. Global cycles meaning as soon as I go into the level, everything in the level's moving. Out of 41 levels I'm gonna showcase tonight in the any percent route, only 3 of those are gonna be on global cycles. Barrels are a different story. They're always on global cycles. Everything else is based off of local cycles. Like as soon as you get close enough to something, all the enemies and objects and whatever are gonna start moving. So let's see if we reset that up right there. I might have to exit that level and come back in. But from here, again, I think Tropical Freeze is a speedrun based off of landmarks, visual cues, knowing how you want to chain all these enemy bounces and everything together. Right here, when I get up to the plug, if you actually jump while you grab onto a plug with Z and then start pressing B, that will actually pull the plug out of the ground sooner. Leaving that grasshopper behind so I can roll back, bounce off of, oh, it looks like we're frozen. I'll make sure we're good to go. It looks like we're coming back in. I think we're good to go. We're good to go. Okay. Making sure the people can see us right now. But yes, bouncing off of the grasshopper right there, so it gives him a little bit of extra height and just kind of naturally chains it together. Normally the game obviously wants you to pull up another plug right here. Roll jumps are good. If there's one recommendation I can have for this game that makes it both an easier casual experience and a good first tool for getting into speedrunning it, realize how strong your roll jumps are. You can break so much of the platforming just with that basic mechanic. That being said, you come up to this plug, jump with it again, and you can pop it out of the ground and keep going. Right here, we got this piranha plant-like enemy. I want to walk slightly underneath him and then jump up and to the left around him, getting on top of it. Baiting him down, and now here, we can break open Diddy. There was one more thing I wanted to go over before we had started. It was good barrel breaking techniques. We'll talk about that later. It's fine. But yeah, now we have Diddy. You want to make sure right here, this platform will fall down. Notice back there, I actually did a roll jump and I made sure that I extended the roll jump all the way to like this nut, this square piece of the platform right here. And that, because if I landed on here, it would have fallen down, I would have bonked, and then I would have had to jump up. So when you're jumping from platform to platform, make sure you're fully extending it to this bad boy right here. Drop down. You can hold a corkscrew up and to the right there. And then right here to jump up from here, you want to start pounding the ground. When you do that, as long as you are about right of center, that will be enough to kind of get you over to this little leaf platform right here. Should be enough. Okay, yeah, that was a little too far back because I didn't have any momentum behind me. Yeah, because obviously normally you're doing this all in stride. Be able to roll through here. That one to know, that one's scripted, how long you have to pull it up for. I jump because it gives me something to do. A visual cue you can utilize right here. As soon as you see the sand puff in the background, that's kind of your visual cue to do a max jump up in the air, and you'll catch this leaf. And now here, this is just your blasting. You can just press the B button or the A button if you're an A button aficionado. Again, Y and B, X and A, they do the same thing. One rolls, one jumps. Now we continue the rolling process across here. Let's just go ahead and refill our health right there. Most of the rest of this level is pretty self-explanatory. Again, I've got a lot of clips set up for breaking down like very specific visual cues, but for the most part, people can sit here. I don't want to get overly wordy with this, or like I could sit here and talk to y'all for 8 hours about breaking down this game. So for the most part, I'm going to say you can kind of watch back through the bot and just kind of get a visual cue for like, all right, yep, you bounce off that enemy, you jump to that enemy, you drop to that enemy, and you just keep going. So that's one level down. We got 40 more to go through tonight. Let's go ahead and jump right into 1-2. The general structure of Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze in World 1 is that a lot of it's it's the tutorial world. First level is like, hey, you're sold to Donkey Kong, but then we're going to give you Diddy. 1-2, we're going to introduce you to Dixie. 1-3, Cranky, so on and so forth. So rolling through here, rolling. As soon as we get underneath this mossy ceiling right here, we're gonna stop, jump up in the air and grab it. And ideally you wanna land in front of this penguin. If you wanna go for like a slightly beginner-friendly strat, you can walk fully beyond him and go. There is the Dixie barrel back there. But we're going to use her at the end. There will be another Dixie barrel later on. And you might say like, oh my gosh, you can water skip. A lot of people don't know you can water skip in this game. But yes, you in fact can water skip. And that's the same thing. You just keep pressing Y. There's no trick to it or anything. Coming up here, we've got a Dixie barrel. This is where we want to swap to her. This Dixie grab is like a little awkward because of like how the platform falls down and everything. I'm basically gonna roll jump twice, once to get to this middle platform and once to get to the top. And then I'm actually gonna walk, grab the Dixie barrel and throw it. And then once I have Dixie on my back, I can then do a full roll jump to bounce off grasshopper number 2 of the group we're about to see. So let's see, hopefully the shark's not gonna be in the way. Throw it, make sure I have her. Oh, yeah, so normally you would bounce off one of them. Can I still? Let's see if we can actually, yeah, let's go ahead and take a death and see if I can get that a little cleaner. There should be some spikes down here. Spikes in the next section.
A spike on screen right now.
Right, we got a lot of spikes.
Yeah.
Absolutely covered in spikes. I might not be able to do this as solo Donkey Kong. We'll see if we can get it. Roll jump up, throw it. Yeah, because the cycles of the enemies were completely off. Either way, you would bounce off the second one. That's going to put you on the platform to the right, and then you can go right here. Now, because you have the water skip, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then jump after the 9th one, you can... Oh, I screwed up. Let's go ahead and just actually do that over then, because I want to show what this ending looks like. There's immediately, and I'm sure everybody you have on the show goes through it, where you're used to doing everything without like pausing and explaining it. And then you go to do it on the show and you're like, well, I want to pause and show this what I'm looking at, this what I'm looking at. And you're not doing it like in stride or anything.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. It's really difficult to like slow down something that you've put like 100, 200, 800 hours into doing really fast.
So I'm going to count out my water skips here. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Jump up, bounce off this guy, and then that will give me the boost I need to go up to that barrel. Normally, the game wants you to just ride that boat all the way across. That's super slow. That's like 20 plus seconds. We ain't got time for that. We got to go. We got to speed run. And that's why I switched to Dixie right there. So she has that lift off after bouncing off of the enemy to get up there. To note, it is slightly possible with Diddy. It's incredibly difficult. It's not worth going forward in runs. I don't even think you would want to go for it with Diddy. I think it actually isn't even faster to keep Diddy there. So with that, let's jump into 1-3. So this is the first level where I've got a clip built that we'll go through on Switch where I can show like visual cues and whatnot. But for now, let's start going through. We're going to start going through the levels. I do want to take a moment to talk about good barrel breaking techniques. So you maybe have seen me a couple of times. It looks like I kind of just jump on top of a barrel and it just breaks and I just get the Kong, and that's cool. Is it just like if you touch it, it breaks open? It's a very subtle movement that you probably can't really tell just watching it. It looks like I'm just touching it, it's breaking open. What I'm doing is I'll jump on top of a barrel, I'm grabbing it mid-air as I'm landing, and then I start rolling as I grab it, which instantly breaks it open. And again, these modern DKC games, Retro made them so much fun to play, so fluid. Even when I'm swapping from like maybe Diddy to Cranky, or you'll see right here where I swap from Dixie to Cranky, instantly there's no like transition period where like you lose your roll or anything. You're just immediately, you have transformed from Dixie into Cranky right there, and it's awesome and it feels really, really good. So right here, let's go ahead and I'm actually gonna just exit the level and try to do all this all in stride because I wanted to explain that. And now keep that in mind when I come up to the Cranky barrel right here, that I'm just jumping and slamming it into the ground. There are a couple of other techniques where you can break open the barrel where like you roll up, grab it, and throw it in the air and it'll transition. But for the most part, this is your bread and butter, how you're gonna break open your barrels as you're going by in stride. Grab the grass right here. We're gonna take some damage off of this enemy so we can roll on the spikes right there. And then bam, just like that, I transition to Cranky. And again, Cranky, he's really good at gaining height. You can see right here, I can just keep pogo, 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 and climb that entire section super, super fast. Now, this is definitely the hardest section of the world we've had to do so far. Hopefully I hit it here, otherwise I can show it in my clips. That spacing should work. Yep, beautiful. Love it. Good spacing right there. Setting up for a damage boost right here, and then clearing that last enemy and making our way through. We'll still do a breakdown in just a second. And let's take a death because I want to show if you were to lose that, what you would do. A little bit of backup strats right here. So let's say you screwed up that section. Actually, let me do this in order, what you should do. So again, I prepared 52 or 3 different clips to break down what's happening in some of the visual cues in this run. And this is the first one I think is worth it. So right here, by the way, if you run a Switch game, the clips feature where you can just hold down the capture button is right under the minus button, and you can get like a 30-second clip of what you just did. Go back, pause it, and you can see everything you need to understand about why something messed up, what are the visual cues that you need to hit, what are the landmarks you need to land at. This is your bread and butter, how you're gonna learn how to run this. I use the same thing for like Super Mario Odyssey and a bunch of other games. So running through this section, what your visual cues, your landmarks you're looking for are, you see the heart on the floor right there. I want to aim Cranky's cane to land basically right after these spikes. And then you see this kind of last bed of spikes that I'm about to jump over right there. You see the kind of yellow line that starts that next square. I want to basically land his cane right there. It's not that tight of a window, but again, this is the tightest thing you're going to do up to this point in the run here in level 3. So by doing that, what that allows me to do is bounce off of the left side of this enemy right here, setting you up to bob and weave your way between both of these two enemies. If I bounce off the right side, I'm gonna bonk the ceiling. It's gonna shoot me down. I'll bounce off this middle enemy, and then I'll take damage off of the far right enemy. So because I wanna take damage in this next section coming up, I'm gonna lose Cranky. Any of your Kongs, they only have 2 health to go with them. So if we ever route in a damage boost, for the most part, you don't have an extra hit to give. And that's what can make Tropical Freeze, I don't think, a terribly difficult speedrun to learn and kind of understand how to run, but a very punishing run, because you start to lose those extra Kongs, all of a sudden what solo Donkey Kong can do by himself is a lot more limited. So let's jump back in. Again, your visual cues, you're landing right after the heart, right after the last spikes, left side, weave between them, and then you can keep kind of max pogoing your way through. Having to wait on this thing, you would have to kind of wait for the platform to slide you under. Very, very slow right there. So even if you take damage earlier, you still want to barrel through with Cranky and take the second instance of damage, and then you just have some solo Donkey Kong movement to get to this barrel. Now, let's say that you messed up and you don't have it. Very quick, like 3-second backup right here. Just come up, pick him back up, and then you can keep on going. Those barrels, this is the only level in the run that has just straight up Cranky barrels, like they're only Cranky. So it's only a 3-second time loss when you mess that up. But still, fun to work on, fun to get better at. And that's 1-3. Levels 1, level 2, level 3, all down, all in the books. You've now seen all 3 of the Kongs, each of their different special abilities. We have one more main level before we get to the boss here of World 1, and kind of the last tutorial of sorts, I guess, is it's the Donkey Kong Country series. No Donkey Kong Country game is complete without some auto-scrollers. Thankfully, this is not Super Mario Bros. 3 World 8. It's not going to be all of them on top of each other, but there are 5 auto-scrollers in any percent we will have to perform. The only real strat I'm going to worry too much about telling you all about here is the barrel skip. Boop, bop, bap, and bam. Just like that, I jumped all the way into the cart right there. I skipped having to use that barrel. Saves like a quarter of a second. And you might say, that looked pretty scary. If you came up short on the cart, what would have happened? You would have died. You would have lost like 10, 15 seconds right there. Is it really worth it for a beginner to go for? I think so, because I actually think it is a very, very easy skip. So let's go down to clip number 2. I made a lot of these. Because what you're going to do here is that, once again, I talked about you got your full bounces, you got your neutral bops. Full bounce is just your full holding the button, and that's going to give you kind of your max distance right there. You got 4 spots that you're going to bounce off of right here. And you're going to go full pogo, neutral bop off the enemy. So again, no pressing the A or the B button at all. You're just holding right and you neutral bop off of him. Full pogo, and you're into the minecart. So let's watch it. Full pogo, neutral, full pogo, and you're in there. It's just as easy as that. It's just that easy of a skip. And if you're thinking to yourself, that still looks pretty scary, is there any visual cue to kind of have an idea that I'm going to make that minecart? Yes. Let's just back up a few frames right here. Pretty much once again, this little square nut at the end of the platform, as long as Cranky's cane is coming down somewhere in that, I've even come up a little short and I still make it, you're gonna get in there. If you don't feel comfortable, for the fourth one, you can just roll into the barrel, sacrifice a quarter of a second, not a big deal. And then you're into the level. You're into the auto-scroller. Now, I'm not going to break down the auto-scrollers too much. We're already going to be here well into the evening. The biggest thing is the first 2 of the 5 auto-scrollers are minecart levels. In general, you want to jump. And if you're going downhill, you want to jump. If you're going uphill, you want to jump. Jumping maintains some of your momentum off of speed downhill. If you watch world records for the individual level runs of these time attacks for these levels, you'll see them, they're kind of just jumping around as much as they can. So yeah, as you jump over the course of this level, you probably save 3 seconds over someone who doesn't jump at all. Because you can see, like, yeah, it's a little slow going down the hill. You got kind of the biggest hill of the bunch coming up right here, where you can really see it kind of make a big difference. Just coming up here, jump up the hill, jump down this big hill you really want to do because it kind of cuts out that corner. If you're in a minecart, jumping is good. You throw them in when you feel comfortable with the spacing and you learn the level layout. But with that, I'm not going to bore you all with the auto-scrollers anymore. That's 1 down. There are 4 more later on. Those are pretty much going to be the skips for us, for the most part. With that being said, we have our boss here of World 1 of 6. We have got Pompey. And this is maybe the hardest boss fight in a speedrun, as goofy as that sounds for boss 1. A lot of the bosses are pretty challenging. Very easy to lose a lot of time right here. Right here, you do have a rotating barrel cycle. This is the first rotating barrel of the run. So you can re-pick someone up. Let's say you get here and you don't have Cranky. I'm just gonna show what that other technique was of picking up a barrel, where you roll and then sort of on jumping up, you also do the grab button that sort of scoops up the barrel and chucks it as you're going in. So, if you need to do it, and you say, oh, well, I hit the cutscene right there. If I didn't have Cranky, the game actually gives you whatever the Kong is you scooped up and threw right there, even though you're not seeing them at that point. So, that being said, I'm just going to do this fight. I'm going to show y'all some real goofiness, and then we'll kind of review a lot of what's going on. In general, with these 3 enemies that come in, you want to clear them off screen pretty much as quickly as you can, because that'll get Pompey to come back up and let you hit him sooner. So bait this one back here. Oh, I missed it, but I can do the backup. For whatever reason, on the Switch version of this game, Pompey's hitbox got broken. So you are not supposed to jump up. Somehow the bottom of Cranky's cane is making contact with the top of Pompey's head. And if you look on the screen right now, that literally doesn't make sense. Oh, I screwed it up there, actually. Again, when you're pausing, things get harder. Oh, I gotta do I gotta do it over here now. Let's see if we can get this one. It's gonna be really hard from over here. Yeah, I was like, I'm just gonna let him go over there. You can kind of see it right here when you're coming over. Somehow you get priority there. That also can work with like Funky Kong. There's a whole funky mode we haven't really talked about. But yeah, with Cranky, it's by far the most powerful. Why does that work? I don't know. Doesn't matter. Use it. It saves like 30 seconds in the fight. You're at the halfway point. All bosses in this game are 3 phases of 3 hits apiece. Want to make sure you take a damage boost off of the 8th enemy right there. So then you phase right through Pompey and you can have the cane hit him immediately as he comes down. Oh, yeah, pausing. In general with Pompey, when he disappears in the foreground, that's when you know to roll forward, do the cane bounce off of the ramp, and go straight up in the air in a neutral position to bounce off his head. So he's gone, go, bam, there we go. You don't want to move too far up and to the right. Otherwise this will happen. That shield dude will push you away. So that's why it's important that when you do these hits, you kind of want to, sometimes I'll even move myself back up into the left slightly. A lot of people will tell you just go into neutral. Let's see if we can hit this one. This is the hardest one. And again, I'll show you visual cues in a second for it. Nice, okay. The reason why I didn't just go up there instantly is because when the boss is transitioning into the next phase, so that was the first hit of phase 3, he has a certain amount of iframes. So he just kind of sits there and we go as soon as like he's done powering up effectively, and then we can go for it. Once again, he's going to have one more set of enemies, a large fish, a little urchin, and then another large fish that we want to chain getting rid of them as quickly as possible because then he'll expose himself sooner. So I'm just going to show y'all what we do here. He's going to land on the ground, wait, then go 1, 2, 3 neutrals, pogo, pogo, bounce off of the shield enemy, catching the other fish in midair, and then that will make him go immediately. It's pretty tough to then drop down, immediately do a quick roll jump, and bounce off of the ramp, going up in the air to catch him for hit number 8. He'll go to the other side. We go over there and catch him for hit number 9. This is pretty quick. I'm probably going to screw it up because I'm pausing constantly. Let's see if we get it. Oh, yeah, I didn't get the roll off. So now he's probably, yeah, okay. And then there's hit 9, and that does it for him. So let's now show you a couple of clips that I put together to show kind of some of the visual cues, break that down just a little bit. Got 2 clips prepared for this boss. Yeah, I have 2. Oh, did I never get rid of that one? Oh, no, this is in full. Yes, this is going right into phase 1. You roll out of it, and you catch him as his head is torpedoing. You got your different fish right here. Generally, I'm going to bait the first one to land. If you look at the center of the arena, there's the 3 different squares. Right square, I like to have the first fish come to. Just neutral bop off of him. I'm going to bait the second fish into the middle square. And then I want to, as it lands, that's my visual cue to roll through him, pogo off of the right ramp and go straight up in the air so that the shield enemy will push me off, neutralizing my movement and bouncing me off of the third enemy, clearing them all as quickly as I can. Now I'm looking at Pompey in the foreground. As soon as he goes off screen, that's my visual cue to roll and bounce off the ramp. Boop. There's hit number 2. Now we got the third and final hit. These sea urchin, they are spiked enemies, so only Cranky can get rid of them. Pretty much every single one of the 6 boss fights, we're going to be using Cranky. He speeds up like all of them. So just keep that in mind as we go through. And a lot of times, like, the others can't hit spiked enemies. So bop off of you, bait him to the middle, bounce off the second one, chain into the third one. That'll get him up here as soon as we can, and bam, there's your third hit. So that is kind of just explaining all of phase 1. There's a lot of just like general understanding of when. You can kind of look at that clip if you watch back this video to see when where I'm bouncing off of the ramp. Because you can't go off like the highest point in the ramp. When it goes fully vertical, that'll just make you slide back down. And when he goes off screen, that's your visual cue to start moving forward. Let's see what else I had here. I wanted to show the backup, which I actually already screwed up and showed in the run. Let's say you try to roll too late and you go under the second enemy. You can naturally do a backup where you bounce off the third enemy. You can give it a little bit of a boost by holding the bounce button, and that will send you back into the second enemy as well. So you're only losing minimal time right there, actually. Yeah, rolling through, do a little boost, and you're still not having to wait that long for them. So you don't have to feel like, okay, now I gotta like run around and search for them or anything. And then right here, I just wanted to do one last little breakdown. So again, this is when he's transitioning into both phase 2 and 3. He'll do this angry little, and he'll like, I'm trying to do voice acting for the characters, for the bosses. He'll do this angry little slapping around. The visual cue I use, first of all, I'm kind of looking at 3 points on the screen with peripheral vision. I am looking at Donkey's fist, his background fist. I want to make sure it's basically over that line on the ground. I'm looking to where I'm bouncing off of the highest point in the ramp where I can, which is about where that starfish is on the wall you can see. And I am looking at Pompey's eyes as soon as they close. So not right here. He'll open them for a second. As soon as they close, that's my visual cue to do this quick roll jump, neutral up in the air, and pogo at the height of my jump as I'm crossing over with Pompey. Boom! And there you go. That gets you the instant hit. Every time you miss one of these quick hits with Pompey, you're losing about 7 seconds. I'm not breaking down like a lot of, I guess, the beginner strats or anything, because I would just go for these, and if you miss them, you're basically just doing each of the hits, for lack of a better term, casually. You're just waiting for him to come down and expose his backside. With that, that is World 1. We did it. We beat all of World 1. World 1 is by far the shortest of the 6 worlds. The general structure of the worlds as we go through the rest of the game now is there's generally going to be 6 levels, then a boss in Worlds 2, 3, 4, and 5. Small exception in World 4, we'll get there. And World 6 will be 8 levels and a boss, so it kind of balances it out, basically 6 levels and a boss apiece. But with that, let's hop over to World 2. Where the game starts to get much harder. I think Pompey is really where the game gets hard, the run gets hard, because doing all of those hits correctly, pretty difficult. You're definitely going to put a lot of practice time into that if you want to get into running the game. And the difficulty of the run does not go away. It continues 2-1, 2-2, 2-3. This is such a gauntlet here at the beginning of World 2. One thing I will say that's very important about Pompey, you do not, under any circumstances, want to lose Pompey. Lose Pompey. You do not want to lose Cranky. If you lose Cranky, this level doesn't give you a Cranky barrel. This level also does not give you a Cranky barrel. You don't get Cranky back until 2-3, where even there it's a time loss where we have to pick him up. So generally for me, I lose Cranky on Pompey, I'm hitting the reset button. Now, you don't have to do that your first runs or anything, but just to keep in mind, it's very important to not lose Cranky there. So that being said, let's dive in. Generally, what gets so much harder about World 2, one, there's the punishment factor I just talked about with losing Cranky. Number 2, there are pits. World 1 doesn't have many pits. This world has a lot of pits. So let's start going through the level, enjoying the level design. Most of this, I'll kind of let it speak for itself once again. A general mechanic I do want to point out is that you have like these windmills, and there'll be windmills, platforms, and stuff that some of them will move to the left, some will move to the right. This sounds pretty simple, it makes sense. If something is moving to the left, you don't want to roll on it because it's pushing you to the left. So I'll generally just pogo off of it so that I just tap it for a second just to use as a stationary platform and keep going. But you'll see in this next section, if a platform is moving to the right, I want to roll on those because it's moving me to the right. It's kind of combining its speed with mine. So let's keep it going. Bounce off of these. Bounce off the Schnauzel, moving to the right, moving to the right. Bounce off these enemies as it's moving to the left, and then right off that one as it's moving to the right. Bounce off here, you're gonna do 2 neutral bounces with Cranky right here. Keep moving through. You got another Schnauzel right here you can bounce off of. And then you got this climbing section that we'll break down in just a second. All to eventually end up in that up in that barrel right there. So let's do a breakdown of that little climb. For the most part, once again, this is another one, just kind of you're learning your visual cues of where you gotta go. I believe this is the one. Yep. So you're gonna roll up, you're gonna bounce off this enemy straight up into the air to catch this platform as it's tilting. All of these are on a local cycle, so you mess up anything, you're generally gonna lose a couple of seconds to kind of just having to wait for the platform to tilt back in place. But this is a general way to not have to do much of any waiting. Bounce, bounce. The only waiting you're really gonna do is when you land on that heart platform, wait for it to stabilize. It's gonna kind of move you up and to the right. And then that'll be your cue to jump up, bounce off of this, timing it to where this next platform above you will be tilting towards you as you go. Roll off there, full bounce, full bounce, full bounce, and you get into the barrel. So you can watch that one more time. I made these clips. Let's give it more than one watch. Wait till it stops, then go bounce, bounce, bounce. All right, very good. Back up into the run. So now we got this cart section right here. I'm gonna get Donkey's booty up against the back part of this cart. And then we're gonna keep going. You see there's a bunch of bananas in the air. Normally you would ride this sucker all the way down. Once again, we're speedrunners. We do not have time for this. So we are going to try to, this is the first time in the run you're really gonna get to see momentum conservation, which are always the sexiest, most fun strats to pull off in the run, where this platform is moving to the right. I'm gonna take that momentum and combine it with Cranky's ability to just tap the ground quickly to where the speed you get from that combined with our speed does not depreciate. The longer you're on the ground for, the more it'll take that speed away. Cranky gets to ignore that. This is something he has even over like Funky Kong and Funky Mode speedruns, anyone who's seen those. Funky's really, really strong, really overpowered. He gets a lot of different abilities. Even he has to touch the ground generally for a little bit of time. He has other ways to avoid it. Cranky, because he can just tap the ground, he keeps all that speed until you like hit a barrel or something where you have to lose it. So I'm gonna go here until this bushel of bananas coming up. Actually, let me just show it and then we'll do the breakdown. You see I'm maintaining a little bit of momentum, a little bit of baby momentum right there off of that swinging cart. Breakdown for the next clip right here. Show y'all what that was. Yes, this right here. Visual cue is you got this bushel of bananas coming up right here. As soon as the bushel of bananas go past the far right plank of what I'm standing on, that is my cue to roll and jump off the platform. You don't want to do a quick just roll jump. You do want to get to the end of the platform, but you don't want to go off the edge of the platform, because if you roll off of it, all that momentum that I just talked about that I'm getting from this platform moving to the right, it all goes away instantly. So you want to think of it as like you're going to jump at like the last plank, not off of the platform, because then you just have your regular speed. And if you do that, there's a pit waiting for you and you gonna die. So you do not want to have that happen. So we're gonna wait till the bushel of bananas, cover the far right plank, then go for it. You see, I even waited a little extra second right there. So however much time makes you feel comfortable. And then you're gonna go for a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 right here. Aiming each of these 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 off of those into the barrel. Watch that one more time. Wait for it, wait for it, wait for it. Yeah, it's almost when it hits the second plank right there. Again, a little bit faster moving through that whole section because of adding this cart's moving to the right momentum to yours. There'll be more intense versions of that, especially coming up in the next level. So with that, we just have the last section of the level to go through, where a lot of it is just kind of knowing your platforms. Oh, I screwed it up right there. That's okay. Don't judge me. Whoop. Slap down right here. Okay. Yeah, we'll blast through all of this. Again, I was coming in. You can do a bounce off of a series of enemies right there and utilize, once again, another platform that was moving us to the right. Let me see. I don't think in the clip I had for that, it's kind of one very specific spot I wanted to show y'all. You can see I run Super Mario Odyssey as well. It's great. Where is it? Here we go. Yeah, it's just going to be these last 6 seconds. So what's happening right here, if another piece of tech I never really brought up, another mechanic in this game, is if you ever need to stop your momentum, when you land on the ground, don't hold any direction on the stick and just press Y or X. That will slap the ground and you will stop moving dead in your tracks. The reason why I want to do that right here is because I want to be left of center, so that when I drop down, as soon as the platform starts to fall out in this second one, I can roll and I go straight into this barrel, not bonking into the ceiling and going straight into it and getting out the end. You can, if you don't want to mess with that, if that's a little scary for you, you can just land on the platform below and then roll for it. Saves like half a second or something. But it's a fun little optimization right there. And again, by slapping the ground, that makes sure I have the correct spacing to where I can do that. So with that, that's 2-1. Next up, levels are getting even harder. We're going into a level that, for me and a lot of my speed runs, kills a ton of runs. Because we have got Ramby, the Rhombus, Rumpus, whatever you want to call him. He's definitely not a rhino. Ramby is definitely a very awkward animal buddy to utilize in this game. But Cranky can do his best to basically like fix that in a lot of ways. So let's do some Cranky bounces as we go through. So normally Ramby right here, every time you have to start up a run with Ramby, it loses like 1/10 of a second or something, which over the course of an entire level like this, that can add up very, very quickly. However, once again, Cranky's cane bouncing can sort of bypass the need for a lot of that. So you just chain that together, pogo, 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 pogo. That was like 3/10 of seconds that I didn't have to do just in that section alone. So the more you can Cranky cane bounce through areas, the more little bits of time you're saving. Right here, yes, I did use Ramby as a bit of kind of like a Yoshi utilization right there, where I bounced off of that bunny, boosting myself up, and then launching myself off of him with one of your Z buttons to where you get up here instead. And then you can continue moving along. We do have, like, we can break that section down a little bit, but I mainly want to get to this next section coming up right here. You get another Ramby crate. Do you know right here, this might not look like you can make it. You can just run across that gap. I'm gonna make sure I don't die here. Okay. Let's break down that right there because that looked terrifying, and it is terrifying every single time you do it. There are meteors shooting down that blew out of like a volcano back there. I don't think meteors come out of volcanoes. I don't know. I didn't. I don't know. That's some geology stuff right there. But let's go down and break down just kind of a quick visual cue on how you do that super fun momentum conservation off of that swinging cart to go through that section, bobbing and weaving your way through a bunch of different meteorites. So scroll down back to my World 2 section. Again, running across here, that gap, Ramby will always make it. So get right here. Once again, sort of like I was saying with Cranky earlier, don't run off of the cart. Run and jump off of it before you reach the very end of it. That will conserve the momentum. And then you can Cranky cane bounce in front of the first walrus enemy there, and then bounce off of this second one, where your visual cue for when to pull out your cane will be basically as you are crossing this gap in between these two platforms. And you're gonna see I'm basically now, Cranky's starting up the animation. He's gonna basically just hold it out until you hit the ground. And that should set you up to where you bounce right at the edge of this platform, right before the meteor, because if the meteor hits you, you're gonna die. Ramby shoots forward and you shoot down and it's over. So you don't wanna see that. And that should space it to where you're also going to clear this gap right here because you can see how close that is. Ramby just like, I don't know if I'm going to make it, man, to get you to the next section. So watch that one more time. As you are crossing over this bottomless pit, that is your visual cue to pull out the cane and set it out there till you go bang, bang. Full cane bounces on each of those. Now, I'm probably going to screw this one up in the run. This is really hard to do, but let's see if I can get any of it, and then I'll show you the clip afterwards showing you it done well. So you got some more carts right here. This is the one I'm going to try to get it off of. Let's see if we can get it. Nice, we actually got pretty much all of it right there. So I'll go ahead and finish up the level right here. Again, for the most part, this is just cut out as many Ramby startups as you can. Oh, I was supposed to bounce off that enemy, that's fine. jump after this, cane bounce over the blocks, cane bounce, and finish off the level. So let's break that down real quick, kind of what that series of bounces were. Should be right here. Yep, this should be it. So this is, once again, if you want to watch back and see this whole thing broken down, it is a game of visual cues. It is a game of landmarks, what you're looking for. I'm constantly scanning the screen. All right, I want to bounce there, I want to bounce there, I want to bounce there. And if at any point you can't skip out on one of these cane bounces. If you miss one of them, you're on the ground and all your speed has been depreciated and you're just running out the whole rest of the clock. So you get on this one, you get set up. So the visual cues, you got the dandelions right there, the sunflowers, I guess. I'm gonna bounce on those, and then there's 2 more sets of sunflowers after I cross this gap. So bam, second one right there, third one right here. I want to land, this is kind of the make or break section, I would say. You want to land on kind of the far left side right here so that you actually force yourself to ceiling bonk, pushing you back to the ground sooner so you can start up more cane bounces. You're gonna land one here right in front of Mr. Chops, the checkpoint pig right here, and then another one in the center of the next platform, and another one on top of the Ramby crate so that you get enough height to get on the top shelf of this swinging section coming up. Bang, bang. You wanna go off basically the middle right here, and then left side, center of this one, barely off the left side right there. If you want to go for the super extra, what we call the Cave of Wonders, if you land, man, that looks like it would have made it. It's really hard. You can avoid that ceiling bonk right there, and you can get into this cave on top of like these Ramby blocks and everything, and even go for an extra bounce. That's like the super optimized version. In this clip, I didn't get it right here while I was throwing these together. But yeah, you just saved probably like 10 entire seconds in that whole section right there. It is one of the most satisfying things to do in this run, but it's also one that easily can have things go wrong. You're just off on one of those cane bounces, and you end up in a pit. And again, like the backup strats for these, the casual strats, the beginner strats, there's kind of not much to go over. You can kind of just run with Ramby for a while, but you can go back and look through the video and see each of those visual cues of where I am aiming each of those cane bounces in order to chain all this together and basically skip all that crap back there. It's very, very fun to do. Watch it one more time, how it all kind of links together. Dandelion, Sun Lion, Dandelion, I don't know. Ceiling bonk right there, off the crate, both of the swinging carts, just barely missing. That almost was in the Cave of Wonders. That was great. One more time, it's so much fun to do. Boing, 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 left side bonk, crate, boom, boom. A lot of fun. 2-2's great. 2-2's a great level, but it's definitely one of the hardest ones in the entire run. That's, I would say, out of the 41 levels we're reviewing tonight, that is easily top 5. Some would even rank it in like the top 3 because it's pretty punishing. And again, these 2 levels, there are no cranky barrels, so you're just slapping the rhombus's butt until you get to the end of the level at that point. Now jumping into 2-3. This is the first of 3 levels in the run that adhere to those global cycles I talked about. Meaning they go to the music, and as soon as we load into the level, all of the enemies, all of like the platforms and everything, they're moving and bustling around. So if you make any mistakes, it's a big time loss. Yeah, let me actually exit the level right there. That's actually one of the worst things you can do, what I just did. Yeah, sun lions, dandelions, sunflowers, I don't know, dude. Yellow flowers. You aim for each of those. All right, so let's see if we can chain this all together. Let's see if we can have a relatively good run through the level. Oh my gosh, that same thing happened in GDQ for me. That leaf was just like, yo, what's up? So what I'm trying to do is aim kind of right underneath that leaf. I'll show it in the clip I have here in a second. So you gotta do a minimum bounce and bounce between these 2 sets of leaves. When this level chains all together perfectly, it's one of the most beautiful levels in the game. Ah, man! That's just bad luck at that point. I'm getting bad RNG. There's no RNG. This game, thankfully, has like almost no RNG in it. Any RNG that it did have actually kind of got fixed for the Switch version for whatever reason, whether it was intentional or not. It's great. And it all got switched to the fastest patterns for a lot of things. Okay, there we go. Now can we chain this together? You want to aim for the middle shelf right there. Ceiling bonk right there. We're gonna have some leaves coming up that are pushing us to the right, so we want to ride them. Bounce off there, bounce off there. Full pogo off of you. Neutral bop, off of the leaf. Break all this down, going back through it. That section I think is the hardest one right there. Come out, now we're gonna pogo off you. Stop and roll on that middle one. And then right here, so these three little, whatever they call them. You put drinks and stuff in them. I forget what they're called. These drink things. They're gonna blow up. As soon as the one in front of you, it's blowing up, that's your visual cue that you can roll across this. So now it's going to carry us all the way through. Go off the leaf, off the schnauzel, leaf 1, leaf 2, leaf 4 right here. Bounce off the top of this leaf section, off this guy, roll through the enemy in front of the poker enemy right there, the one with the spear, neutral bop off the poker enemy, and that'll put you right in the barrel and at the end of the level. So let's do just a breakdown of, I think, particularly just the first half of that level. Because there's definitely a lot going on there. Or I just these are straight up captures. Oh my god. Yeah, let's just do it here. Yeah, the Stein, a Stein. I couldn't think of the word. Thank you.
I could not think of what the word was.
Yeah, I was like, God, what are these darn things called? All right, so right from the start of the level, gonna be rolling through. I like to pogo off this leaf right here, get up top. Again, this middle leaf, this is the one that screwed me over at GDQ and made me look like an idiot twice in front of y'all tonight. You want to do just like a little minimum jump right there so that you don't go on top of that leaf. You want to aim your cranky cane bounce, your pogo, I should just say, because there's no other extra word to go with that. Your pogo between these two towers of leaves. And I'm trying to keep these actually a little smaller. Do a little minimum bounce off the second enemy right here, which should be there on cycle if your movement is good up until that point. A full pogo to bounce on the right side here. This will give you a little bit of a lift. And then a pogo off the left side here, which should, if spaced correctly, should put you on what I'm calling the middle shelf right here, the middle leaf. So then you can just naturally roll through and get past that. If you land on the top shelf, y'all saw earlier, 90% of the time, you're gonna bonk on the platform right there. You can try to do a little bit of a backup where if you land on the top, you can tell you're going up there. Just count to 1/100th of a second and then roll, because it's ridiculous how little time you need to where you can still roll under it. But obviously, if you wait too long, all your platforms and stuff later in the level, they're all adhering to a global cycle. They're all gonna be off. It's gonna be bad. You don't want that. So for the most part, when you grind out this level, you're practicing at home, try to just land on that middle leaf. Off the guy, max pogo, minimum pogo to land right there. Go through. You'll do a nice little ceiling bonk right there to where you do a neutral bop off of the schnauzel, off the hoots. Once again, these leaves are moving you to the right, so I want to land on the middle one and then roll. You'll naturally roll onto the next one and then onto the platform below you. This is the scariest jump right here of the whole level, I think, where you want to kind of time your roll to jump out of it as you are about to hit these leaves and then land your cane right at the edge of this platform. And you might say, do we have to go off the very edge? You do if you want to clear this fire hoots right here. Barely clearing over him so you can cane bounce off of the edge of this leaf And then you're going to do a full pogo bounce off of this penguin. And this always looks really cool, and it's basically automatic. If your movement has been good up to this point, this is good every time. This is a series, neutral bop, pogo bounce off of the left side of this leaf. Neutral, boop, off of it, and up you go. That section is incredibly fun to do. And just like the stuff I've shown you in the last couple of levels, takes a lot of practice, but it all should be consistent. It is all at the end of the day, none of it's random or anything. It is all user error if it goes wrong at that point. But again, in practicing this level, you need to do it a lot, because if you do screw up, you kind of got to know how that's going to affect things as you go through. Make your way through, bounce off the helmed little walrus right there, and you're good to go. Yeah, it looks like I don't have, and now I'm giving you all a break. I don't have clips for the next like bunch of levels. Generally, once you get into this barrel, you have pretty much gotten out of the first super difficult stretch of the speedrun. Beating Poppy and then 2-1, 2-2, 2-3. If you watch my SGDQ run, I mess up that level right at the start, and the rest of it is terrifying. Here, a minor optimization you can go for, there's an audio cue in the background with the music to where you can listen for when it's going to sort of blow you up in the air. You can jump out of this to kind of maximize your height and not have to do a cane bounce at the top. I couldn't hear it, so I wasn't going to get it. Just imagine that I had got it, that I would have gone straight up to every spirit. Just imagine I got it. Just use your imagination. It's great. You would go straight up to the moss, grab it, be able to just jump straight over to the barrel. Because I didn't do it, you just have to do a little cane bounce, and bam, you're up there anyways. So it saves like a second, but you can sort of maximize your height by listening to the music in the background, and then it sends you right up to the leaves. So you can imagine what that looks like. So with that, we're out of the first super difficult stretch of the run. There's a lot more difficult stuff to go. I know, Church, we're probably coming up on needing to do a break. Do we want to push to the end of World 2 before we take that first break?
Yeah, we can push to the end of World 2 if you're up to it.
Generally, these are going to be a little faster. Yeah. We got 2-4 right here. I'm actually going to completely skip this level. This is the next minecart level. Same instance as we had before. This is an auto scroller, but because you're in the minecart, generally you want to jump as much as you can. That goes for even when you're the canoe later on. You're in the canoe, it switches between them. But other than that, it's a 2-minute auto scroller. Y'all can play with that one at home. It's fine. Going into 2-5, we got Alpine Incline. And we're going to switch here because we've been cranky now for quite a few levels. We're actually going to utilize Dixie Kong. There's a little nuance where you try to just put on a little bit of her hover to land on like the edge of a platform and get back to rolling. Because hovering is safe, but it's also a little slow. It's like right here, you're going to see... yeah, like I had too much of a lift right there, which caused me to get hit by the penguin. I can maybe go back and show that section, but let's roll through here. You're gonna roll off this full bounce, full boosted bounce. And just because we don't have Cranky doesn't mean you can't still do like full bounces and everything. It just doesn't have the same sort of capabilities where he can bounce off of spikes and helmed enemies and whatnot. The other Kongs, Diddy and Dixie, they can do bounces off of enemies and still have varying amounts of height. And right there, that looks like you're crossing this massive gap. It's just roll off, full boosted bounce, that gets you up to where you need to go, and then you can continue on with the level. Slap the balloon down right here, send out that hot air. And the visual cue I'm looking for right here is there's gonna be a string of bananas on the far right side. When I'm at eye level with the last single banana of this tower going up, you'll see it right here, the one that just came on screen. I can roll to the right, and that'll give me my cue to start hovering up. So wait, go now, and that catches the bottom of that. There's another technique that we haven't really talked about in this run so far called super bouncing. So normally, like if you go on like bouncy platforms, it's just, oh, you go kind of slow, you're bouncing up in the air. You can actually maintain the momentum from rolling off of something by bouncing off of it as you first hit it, and it kind of shoots you forward in the same amount of momentum you had otherwise. We call those super bounces. And I'm gonna try to perform that right here. So roll, bounce off of this, and you're not going like super slow all of a sudden. I'm gonna get that refill on the Dixie barrel right there. Getting that same like slamming it into the ground, grabbing it as I'm reaching the ground. Bounce off of these. Then here it's just kind of a series of knowing your spacing. Got a lot of balloons right here you're bouncing off of. Boosted bounce right here, neutral off of that, and into the barrel. I could maybe go in and try to show just like the opening. That's probably fine to show that just really, really quick, and then we'll jump in. We got 2 levels left, and then we'll be through 2 worlds. We can take a break. The other worlds that we jump into, I'm not gonna have a big like, you know, precursor segment where we gotta talk about like, you know, the Kongs and the movement and everything.
Yeah.
But yeah, when you come in with Cranky right here, you're gonna wanna roll off of this platform and just barely reach up and grab the Dixie barrel, slamming it into the ground and transitioning over to her. Now let's see if we can actually make this gap without looking like an idiot this time. Yep. Just that little bit of a hover to just land on that gap. You want to start up your rolls as soon as you can and not be in the hovers too long. So that's 2-5. Yeah, this is a tutorial series. Yeah, Church, if you want to explain a little bit about what your show is right here.
So yeah, basically Spike is teaching us how to do Donkey Kong Tropical Freeze. The main premise of the show is that we get a lot of people in the speedrunning community who have a lot of questions, but are always like, you know, I wish I could speedrun, but it just looks really difficult. I don't think I could ever get into it. So the main premise of the show is just to show people that, no, it's really easy to get into it. You just got to be willing to, you know, practice a little bit.
Yep. So let Church explain that a little bit, because like for the most part, 2-6 here is almost like a pseudo auto-scroller. You got a lot of spots right here where you're just like going on the vines and everything. The biggest time save you can go for is a 2-second time save, where this is the first time in the run we're trying to hit one of those global cycles with the Kong barrels rotating. So I'm Dixie because I wanted her ability to kind of hover over some gaps in that last level, but I want to go back to Cranky for the end of this level and going into the next handful of levels after this. If you are going as fast as you can through this level, then you can actually catch the very end of the Cranky cycle and do it. So because I'm pausing here, I'm probably not going to get it, but we'll try to do it. You want to jump off this slide as soon as you can and chain this movement together. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to get it. So just imagine, once again, you would catch the very end of that Cranky cycle right there. Because if you grab it in stride, you can then just keep on going, not lose any time. I'm gonna lose 2 seconds because of this, so I'm just gonna just jump up, slam into it as soon as it gets there, and then we can continue on with the level. If you are a little slow, you're gonna get Diddy, which is not great. You're probably losing like 7 seconds to it, because this last section is going to be a lot slower. And then you can pick up Cranky at the beginning of the next level, the boss fight, Scowl. Shouts to Hobbs, one of the hosts of the last show. He always liked to make a challenge where you dodge as many bananas as you can. We got a swinging vine right here. We can maintain momentum off of it. So we're just going to, as we jump off of it, I'm going to do a quick little roll jump and then a cane bounce to go into the barrel coming up. Boop. I maintain just a little bit of momentum, save a couple of seconds in that little inside section. Now, Cranky's once again going to be doing another climb section right here. A lot of this, you're just actually doing little short hops. The spacing just kind of works out to where you can utilize those. So you see, I use the Cranky cane bounces for a couple of little spots where I need that little bit of extra height. But for a lot of them, you just want to go short hop, short hop, short hop up to each shelf. And that's actually more optimal movement. So with that, that's 2-6. We ran through the last 3 levels a lot faster than we did the levels before that. I'm gonna try to speed up the tutorial a little bit. And now we jump into the boss of World 2, another very difficult boss fight actually in Scowl. And what's so difficult about Scowl is he is one of the most punishing bosses in the game. Once again, 3 phases, 3 hits in each of them. And he really only gives you enough eggs, enough ammunition in order to get those hits off in one cycle. And if you miss them, phase 1, we'd lose 30 seconds. Phase 2, we would lose 15 plus seconds. And phase 3, an astounding 48 seconds. So I'm gonna try to break down some of the strategies right here. Let's first go through phase 1. I got clips for both phases 1 and 3 that we'll go through. 2, hopefully I can just break down. So we got 3 eggs right here. I'm gonna try to hit them with all 3 of them in quick succession. There's 1, there's 2, go back to the right, bam, there's 3 hits. So just like that, bam, phase 1 is over with. In a lot of ways, this can be like the most satisfying boss fight that you get to do. So let's break down that one real quick. Boop, boop, ah, where you at, where you at? There he is. So 3 eggs are coming down right here. The way to chain all this together, you're gonna first up, bop off this one. You don't want a cane bounce on the eggs, otherwise it kills them. And you need them for ammunition right here. I'm now going to move to the left, hit him off of a full cane bounce with this one, hitting him pretty much in the feet. And then as I'm descending, I'm aiming to land on the second one. After that one bops me off, I'm gonna cane bounce into the ground and do this really smooth cane bounce, scoop it up by pressing the grab button, and then at the height of my arc, I will throw the second one, and then I come down and get the third one. So boop, drop down, bounce off of it. I'm gonna cane bounce down. As I come up after the cane bounce, I'm gonna press the grab button, scooping it right up at the height of my jump, throw it, it catches him as he comes down. As I'm falling down from the second one, that is chaining into landing onto the third egg. Go down with him, pick it up, turn to the right. You want to aim to try to bounce at least about the center of the arena. If you're too far to the left, the egg's going to miss him. So that's why you see me kind of slow down just a little bit to go up, hit him with the edge of that one, and bam, that was phase 1. Bam, full pogo, throw it, neutral, pick it up, scoop it up, throw it, go back to the right side, chuck it, and bam, you just did 3 damage to the boss in like a 5-second clip I just had. Boop, bop, schliggity poop bop. Very nice. Okay, back into the run we go. We're gonna try to go for phase 2. I have no clip for this one. I'm trying to just explain it as we go through. So he's going to start bringing in a series of enemies. There's gonna be 1 egg enemy, and the egg ones are the ones you always have to bop off of, and you can hold them. If they don't have helmets on, the little egg shells, then you're just gonna kill them when you bounce off of them, as you'll see with the others. And then effectively he's gonna have stairs of owl enemies that'll come at you. So he's gonna give you 3 here. We need to make sure that all 3 of them are loaded on screen before we hit him with the first one, or this attack ends. So we're gonna come through. I'm gonna neutral bop off of this, pick it up. We're gonna keep him with us. 1, 2, 3. Neutral bop to lay that one in about the center of the arena. Another set of 3 enemies are gonna come on screen. I wanna bounce off the first one, the second one, and after I bounce off the second one, that is gonna be enough time for the third one to load on screen. I'm gonna throw the the enemy in my hands. This first one we still have. After bouncing off the second one, immediately, as I'm falling down, bounce on the third one to neutralize him on the ground, and then I have to turn around very quickly and pick up the second one, because if you watch the second one's gonna want to start wiggling and fall off screen. They don't just stay there forever. It's kind of a miracle the timing of this works out, but it does. So boom, bop off of him. 1, 2, 3. Oh, did I? What did I do? I must have accidentally bounced off. Let's go ahead and take a death and just do that section again. I must have accidentally, when I was unpausing right there, I must have accidentally broke it. Again, it's hard when you're pausing. I hope everyone's having a good night. We'll take a quick break after this boss right here to get through World 2. Hopefully I can hit phase 1 again. Phase 1 always feels really good to nail.
This game definitely feels like one of those games where it's like, the tricks might be a little difficult to nail, but when you nail them, it feels so good.
Oh yeah, always very, very satisfying. Roll through on these barrels. They're easy enough. All right, so let's once again go for this. Neutral bop. Pick it up. 1, 2, 3. Neutral off of you. 1, 2. Throw it. Go back. Pick it up. Bounce off this one. Throw it. So, okay, yeah. Go back. Grab the second one, then neutral off the third one. I misspoke earlier. I'm sorry, chat. Hit him with the second one. Now pick this one up, and you basically, if you are going in stride, you want to pick this up, immediately full cane bounce, and throw it off to the left side as he's spawning in. If you wait a little long to do that, he does this dumb little lift up in the air. His legs barely get out of the way, and your egg goes under him. You lose 15 seconds, and you feel like a douchebag. Don't do that. Hit him with the thing. And then we can move on here to phase 3. As soon as that's stabilized on the center of the screen, you can go there. So that's just being in the spot of the barrel as soon as you can. So this is the one. Look at how long this attack is where I'm not getting to attack him for. You would have to go through this entire attack phase if you don't get these 3 hits off. Now, the stipulation to this phase, he's only going to give you 2 enemies to utilize against him, but you still got to count to 3. He's going to have his helmet fall off at one point to where you can actually do an additional bop with just your feet. I'm going to do some tech right here where I'm going to actually triple tap the jump button. What that does is it pulls out the cane and then puts it away, and it still gives me maximum height off of this other enemy to where it won't kill the enemy, but I will get cane bounce height, and I can throw this egg at him. If you don't feel comfortable with that, you can just do a bop on it and then throw the egg. As he comes down to you. So now we're gonna go for, what I'm gonna do is here, I'm just gonna show the sort of regular way to do it, because I think when you're starting out, probably best to not throw your runs away right here, because if you screw this up, it's a 48-second time loss. If you get it, you look really cool and you save 2 seconds. So let me just show you kind of normally what it is. So he's gonna do a series of 5 egg plunges here. You gotta dodge him, make sure you don't lose this egg. You gotta hold him, otherwise the egg will go away. That's 4, he'll come down in the center right here, and you can just bounce off of him, and then boom, immediately throw off to the right side, and you hit the boss. So that's kind of the normal way to kill him. However, we've got a clip right here showing what is the quick kill. And this is, once again, they quote-unquote fixed the RNG in this game to where you always know where the eggs are going to fall down at. So if you look on the ground right there, Donkey's knuckles are just to the right of these sort of white lines in the ground that are in between the different screws. I want to make sure his knuckles are right there as he's about to drop down in the center. So again, do some dodging right here, do some dodging right here. As soon as that one is out of the way, the third one, I know I can kind of get in position. Once I see the poof up in the center of the air, that's my visual cue to do. Just do a minimum jump into the air and then pogo and hold left and pray your spacing is correct. Where you can do that right there. And that is what it looked like. I took damage, which caused me to drop the egg. But then because of how it's set up, I hit him and the egg hits him in a quick bang bang, and both hits basically happen 1 frame apart, and he takes double damage. And just like that, you save 2 seconds at the end of the fight. It's the Scowl quick kill. With a little bit of practice, I genuinely think anybody can do this trick. I gave you the visual cue right there, kind of gave you the idea for it. Again, you want to have his Donkey's knuckles kind of right there. Boop, boop. And slap him off. Boop, boop. Again, it's 2 seconds, but it's 48 if you miss it. So with that brings to an end what Worlds 1 and 2 are in Tropical Freeze. In our journey of me teaching you all, I can look over at the timer right now. It looks like we're almost as long as my PB is. I've taught y'all 2 worlds. We got 4 worlds left to go through. But Church, I'm going to kick it over to you. Let's take a quick break. However you want to send us off.
Yeah, absolutely. So just before we go to our break, I do just have a few quick reminders for everybody. So Flame Fatales will be having its next all-women's speedrunning event, Flame Fatales, from August 21st to 27th. The marathon schedule will be releasing on July 8th, and you can type !FF in Twitch chat, or you can go to gamesdonequick.com/Flame Fatales for more information on that. You can also go check out the Games Done Quick highlight channel, which is a channel that features highlights from all of our GDQ Hotfix shows. You can use !highlights command in Twitch chat, and you can learn more about the highlights. With that being said, we're going to take a few quick minute break, just so you can stretch, get some water, anything you need to do to keep yourself healthy. We'll be back here in a few minutes. Hello everybody, and welcome back to Games Done Quick Hotfix. This is How to Train a Speedrunner, and we are in the middle of learning Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze with Spike Vegeta. How are you doing, Spike, after that break?
I'm doing great. Yeah, this has been a lot of fun so far. We'll see if the voice gets to hold up for the next 4 worlds. But we don't have any precursor stuff teaching how Kongs move or anything, so hopefully we'll start moving through the worlds a little faster. We'll see.
We're all set whenever you're ready, so.
All right. Then let's go ahead and dive back in here in World 3, starting off with Grassland Groove. A lot of people are like, this is like the Lion King world. And this is the second of the 3 levels in the run that are going to adhere to those global cycles. So basically what that means is all the platforms you see bobbing up and down and everything, all of them, they're moving from the time we enter the level. Let me actually immediately exit the level, because I screwed up some moving right there at the start. So there are 2 big 7-second cycles that we're trying to make in the run in this level. Basically, that means is if I make too many mistakes before a certain point, I auto lose 7 seconds, waiting for another platform cycle to go by, and there'll be another one of those later on. So we've got some platforms that are swaying back and forth to the left right there. We want to avoid those. Do a little minimum cane bounce to jump up there. And then you can ride this one as it's pushing us to the right. And then what we're going to do right here, it's going to look a little weird. I'm going to stop my momentum with a slap right here. You have this little spinning wheel on the platform. As soon as it stops on the right side and it's about to come back, now I can start going again. Because we're adhering to that 7-second cycle, you also have some time to play with. By waiting here like this, it actually manipulates a local cycle on this dodo bird coming up to where it will be stationary and we can bounce off of it, clearing this large gap. So wait, go. Poke over this one, go, go, go. That one, if you just went balls to the walls, just went as fast as you could, that dodo bird might have been swooping right there, and all of a sudden Arcane is jumping into a pit and we're dead. So we want to avoid that at all costs. You want to get rid of this grass. That's the only thing you need to do in order to spawn in this barrel coming up. You got to wait here a little bit anyways, so I like to kind of just jump around and swag a little bit, get this puzzle piece, let it know it's loved, and then we can jump right in. Now, right here, we've got these puppets. This is the 7-second cycle that I'm talking about. This one right here. This one, this blue one coming back. If we were a little slow throughout the rest of the level, then I miss this and you lose 7 seconds, which is like a decent chunk of time in a game like this. So you definitely want to hit those. And now we're going for the second 7-second cycle in this level. Roll through, grab this just for some swag, bounce up on top of this platform. Roll jump, set another roll jump right here. With these platforms, as long as you are sort of flat, you can roll on them. Once they go a little too vertical, though, you would start sliding down. So you kind of learn the visuals here of when you have to jump to get on top of something like more flat ground, and you can start rolling again. Roll through here, roll, 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 wait, jump up there, immediately jump off and go. And right here, this was the other 7-second cycle I was talking about, was really catching this sort of rotating snake platform. There's one final optimization you can go for in this level. You want to jump up into that barrel. There's a little bit, you see that kind of, the wooden structure in the background and the snake I'm on. I always think about it as when the space in between them is gone, that's when I hold up and right jumping into the barrel. For whatever reason, this got broken on the Switch version. It's one of the few things that did get broken. A lot of times this doesn't work. Just try, see what happens. Yeah, it did work. So if it happened, just slide off to the right. What it would do is, you can see where I'm landing right here. I'm landing like a little ways into the grass. You would actually land right here and you could just roll through all of it. Instead, you land here, you just gotta turn around and then you can do it. It saves like a second. That's 3-1. So it's the second of the 3 global cycles in the run. You have to adhere to those 2 7-second cycles. If you make them, you basically saved all the time you could. If you miss them, they're big time losses. Moving right along, let's jump into 3-2, Baobab Bonanza. Another level where it's very important, do not lose Cranky Kong, because you want Cranky Kong for the next level, where we're going to be doing the single hardest strat in the run. Before we get there, I'm going to mostly let this first part speak for itself. Just kind of learn the spacing of where you have to aim each of your cane bounces. Cane bounce, cane bounce, cane bounce. I want to bounce off the top of that one. Oh. Right, okay, so one thing I will say about this flower right here, if you see right here, if I bounce up, I don't get on top of it. However, if I bounce up on the side, this game basically has like a little, almost like ledge grab mechanic, where if you're at the ledge, it kind of gives you an assist and boosts you up. But if I try to just come up through the bottom, it won't get me up there. So it's kind of one fluid motion where you pull it up, and then you do that. Probably this is not gonna work, yeah, because I stopped and explained that. This Hoots will be right on cycle to where you can bounce off of him to get up on this platform. If you are a little slow getting up there and the Hoots isn't in position, you just jump up to this platform. Oh, you can tell I haven't done that in years. Hit. Get up to this platform, and then you can utilize the flower and go across in a more normal fashion. Couple cane bounces right here, get into position. Where now these dodos are going to be perfectly on cycle to allow you to hit that, roll off, bounce off another one. And go through this entire section. Baobab got a bunch of spikes on him. Cranky, built for that sort of stuff. He's built for tough. Hit. Oh, can I get all the things? And you can see right here. Oh, no, I couldn't get all the things. I was trying to swag around right there. I was like, oh, can I get all the things so I can do the puzzle piece? That's okay, because you can get Cranky back right here. So that last section is another kind of pseudo auto-scroller. You have to wait for that fruit to reach the end. You actually were able to see another variant of just like quick grabs of barrels. Hashtag not sponsored. If you get all these things, you can spawn in this puzzle piece, which isn't anything for speed, but you can try to jump over this. I think the most I've done is like 7 bounces over it, because you got to wait for the Baobab to get there to knock out that wall so you can jump down and get up there. To note, if you are Dixie, you can hover to that barrel. Cranky can bounce to it, but it is incredibly tight, not worth going for at all. And either way, you want Cranky, because this is the single hardest level in the run. I'm probably just going to end up showing you some clips for it. This is probably the last thing you should try to learn. I'm actually going to do one run through the level where it's like, I guess, semi-casual. I'm just going to get Ramby and run through it. And then I'll try to show you some spiciness. But you can see the basic gimmick is there are these tornadoes. They kind of lift you up and everything. And if you go at them at certain angles, they'll sort of eject you out to the other side. Some of you might see where we're going with this. This is also where we pick up Ramby. And then you can go, you can do a couple of bounces right there so that you can cut out having to start up the run right there. Jump over these. It's actually random whether these are fire porcupines or they're little enemies you can just run through. Obviously, seeing the little enemies you can run through is a little better RNG. One of the few actual instances of RNG. You see you can chain some cane bounces together here with Rambi to cut out having to do his little startups. Not a lot to really sit here and break down, just kind of learn what gaps you can run over. Here you switch over to Dixie because you can't really avoid running into her. Jump up to this one, jump up to this one, and then we're going to do a boosted bounce off of that second enemy holding jump. You don't want to hold it too early with Diddy or Dixie, otherwise you'll start their hover and it kills all momentum. But if you get up there, one little safety I like to do is I will then do the Yoshi. I will press Z to sort of jump off of him. It's kind of a weird quirk with this game where when you do that, you also kind of lift up Rambi with you. And you actually allowed him to get up on the platform with you. It's kind of a funny thing. It doesn't actually affect anything. You just want to get yourself up here so you can jump up into the barrel. Now that's like a normal run through level. I wanted that documented on here so you could see it. As you saw, I skipped the first Rambi crate so I could beat a tornado cycle, because once they start leaning to the left, they're gonna push you to the left. So let me actually go back into the level. Let me get a cranky barrel here so that I'm going to take some damage with Dixie. That'll switch me over to cranky. And then I will exit and re-enter the level. And I will try to show you some form of what we call tornado-si-do. It's the coolest strat we ever found in this run. Again, if nothing else, I have clips to show it off because I'm probably not going to nail it on screen tonight. My success rate is maybe 20% at this. That's a big old maybe. Where effectively, because if you roll into them, they'll eject you out the other side. I am going to roll into one, snap back the other way to the right, and hopefully maintain a ton of momentum. Okay, that's fine. That showed off the example. So you can see right there, because you have Cranky Kong, again, every time you tap the ground, you're not losing any speed off of it because you're touching the ground for such a small amount of time. Essentially, I hadn't screwed up like that in a while. There are a million landmarks you have to learn for where you can bounce to kind of keep all that going, hopefully all the way through the level. So you might wonder, well, how intense can that get? I'm about to show you. Where's the full, here's what I want. Here is a full do-si-do. And that's where it would have to end, because that barrel's gonna set your speed. It's gonna lock your speed, and then you're on to the next thing. So just to review that a little bit, I'm not gonna go into a big review. We could be here, like we were talking about, is there gonna be an episode 2 for Tropical Freeze? Because there's a lot to explain here. We could have a 6-episode series on just how this trick works, because there are a million landmarks that you're looking for. Depending on when you roll into this, when you jump up into it, when you hold right to snap back out of it, you can get all sorts of different speeds. So you have to know how to adjust to that. Right here in this clip I took earlier, this was the good speed. You do one little roll to like maximize your speed, and from here it is all cane bounces all the way into that barrel. A couple of big problem spots: you're a little slow, you run into this dodo. If you bounce too high off that dodo, you clip that Ramby block right there and you lose all your speed. Right here, if you bounce a little too far on to the right on this leaning leaf platform right here, you enter this tornado at a bad trajectory and it shoots you down into clipping the platform, the little edge of the platform right here at the edge of the bed of these spikes. Right where you just saw me do it. That was actually a unique mistake. I never make that. A little too far right, you end up in that pit. But I need to be far right on this platform because what you're aiming for, this is the biggest problem, child, with this trick. You want to land at like the far left side of this platform. If I'm too far left, I'm in that pit. Now, of course, that's a death. That sounds awful. Up to this point, there has not been a checkpoint. No checkpoint, no checkpoint, no checkpoint, no checkpoint. Still going, no checkpoint. So you could sit here and be like, man, I'm nailing this. I'm feeling so good about this do-si-do. You go down a little too close to the edge here because every time you cane bounce, it does pull your character down a little bit. None of it mattered. You lost Cranky. You're solo DK back at the start of the level. You're probably crying in the club right now. But instead, if you land off the left side, you're good to go. If you're too far right, you accidentally either bounce off this Archie enemy that's right here, or you just take damage to him. Either way, that's going to screw up your trajectory. Because what's so important here is you need to clear this checkpoint pig platform. You need to fall down, not clip the right side of this platform, and let this midpoint tornado right here, you need to go in basically, I imagine, at its hip region where it will let you go forward. Because if I'm slightly higher, I'll get ejected out. If I'm slightly too low, I'll hit the ground. But coming in right here, it's going to give me this little lift right here to get to this platform and try to get the rest of it. Bang, 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 off the crate, off the right side, off the hoot, bang. You want to do one big bounce here to arc underneath this flame hedgehog, bounce over this flame hedgehog, damage boost, and then keep it going with the iframes all the way into the barrel. This is incredibly difficult. You could dunk hundreds and hundreds of hours into just this trick. It's one of the coolest things I've ever gotten to pull off in a speedrun. It feels really good. And at the end of the day, it's all just landmarks, but it's also adjusting to whatever speed you get out of the tornado. I had a couple other just like mini clips that I showed right here. Just ways it could screw up. Because I went, doesn't that look almost exactly the same as what I just did? This is slightly too high. It shot me out to the side. Bounce right here. I was slightly too far to the right, so I hit the Archie, and that changes my trajectory. Here's if you try to jump a little, because the deeper into the tornado you get, this one you get the speed off of, the more speed you're going to get, so you want to jump late. But if you jump too late, here's what happens. Nothing. You go out the side, you lose the entire trick. So if you jump too early to the right, you're going to have crap speed. You jump jump too far to the left, you're getting nothing. Right here, what I just talked about, pulling you down a little bit, you aim too far left. Oh, I'm sorry, no, that was, this mistake is. So what I actually have right here is a not good enough speed. It is good enough speed to get up to the midpoint tornado. If I have to recognize I only have medium speed, because what happens is, because I was too slow getting up to this point, this platform has raised up too much. So all of a sudden, it's going to be like, sorry, man, I can't do this. Too far out of the way, you fall down right below the sucker. So there are, I mean, a million ways that this can fail. Absolutely a million trillion ways that this can fail. It's the coolest trick in the run. It's the hardest trick in the run. It's tornado-si-do. Yeah, so it's pretty hard. Anyways, let's jump into the next level. The next, like, 3, 4, 20 levels of the run will be much easier than that. Normally, I'm supposed to be coming in here with Dixie. Just pretend I have her. I'm going to take a little damage boost and just pick her up. This is actually probably an alternate off of that. This is probably one of the easiest levels in the run. So we'll just kind of show us rolling through it. There's really not a lot of, like, super precise stuff. Oh, I had to rub my eye right there. You want Dixie for this section coming up right here because we have a little bit of a gap we need to cross. And again, Cranky's cane is very good, but it cannot bounce off of bottomless pits. Right here, I neutral bop off of this enemy, duck, and then go. Normally you would do a little neutral bop right there. I screwed up, it's fine. Oh, hey. Okay, so just a note, 95% of the time, you're going to get hit by those fire droplets that drop down. It doesn't matter. Just as soon as you recognize you got hit, you jump out of it and you can keep rolling and go. It's basically pseudo-random whether they hit you or not. So with that, you're going to use Dixie's hover to go across all of this, skip out on having to wait, and go through, and you finish the level. I would just go back and watch that whole level right there. I would say after the 5 auto-scrollers, that is the next easiest level in the game. Just a lot of rolling and jumping. Nothing's like really ever too tight. We go into 3-5. This is the third of the 5 auto-scrollers, and these are even simpler auto-scrollers, the ones that are left. They're rocket barrel levels, which a lot of people will tell you are pretty hard casually. Once you kind of get used to them, it's just hold A to go up, you release it to go down. The only thing I'm going to show is what we call the God Cranky. And I'll try to break down the visual on screen of what this looks like. Let me see if I can just get it all. You have just a few frames where you can get the cranky cycle here at the start. This might work. This is borderline. We got it. Nice. So you might have noticed right there, that was like the cranky barrel was turning into Diddy. If you go to break that and it's Diddy, your run's basically over. You can't do the secret exit here. You would actually have to quickly take 2 hits and die in this section to go back to the start of the level so you can get cranky. That is a trick that I will do a little super minor breakdown right here for the God Cranky. This is what it looks like when it fails. So if you look at the screen right now, so look at the torches in the background. What's going on here is this opening cutscene that we always see the banana wheel come for. You want to mash out the opening cutscene every time you enter into a level. You're trying to like save frame, start the level as soon as you can. Right here, it's especially important because as soon as you load into the level, those barrels are rotating even during these cutscenes. So right here, if y'all can make it out, there is a flame on the far left side of these 3 torches. It's kind of a thinner, longer orange one. I don't know if anybody in chat can tell what I'm looking at, but yeah, it's kind of a thin, long orange one, the far left side. If I see that, that means I did not mash out on a good enough frame to go for this. Now, there's 2 pieces to this. See what my mash is, and then as soon as you actually don't want to mash out rolling in this game, you want to time your rolls at the start of each level, and you gain control of your Kongs as soon as this banana wheel encompasses the entire screen. So I'm about to have it right here. I started rolling as soon as that banana wheel filled up. And I want to roll jump. I want to do a full roll jump as soon as I go over that gap off of this platform above the grass to try to catch the very left side of this barrel. Because my frame wasn't good, I was going to get a ditty right here. And my run, for all intents and purposes, is over. Now, this is what a good flame frame looks like. If you can make out that same one, let me just tap it back up. That little yellow diamond flame that's on the far left right there, if you see that, you are in there. That is like the best frame you're going to see. So if I see that, I'm going to hecka go for it. So the more you can kind of mess around with this trick, the more you can determine, do I go for this? Do I try to save the 2 seconds? If I miss it, I'm losing well over 20 seconds to having to take a death, go back, and then get another cranky cycle and start the level. Again, starting that as soon as the banana wheel fills it up. Gonna jump at the grass, full jump, catch the left side. That kind of really shows how far away you can reach for the barrel. Switch over to cranky and into the level you go. So that's the God cranky. The rest of that level, all you're gonna be doing in the any percent speedrun, there are actually a couple different exits here that you can go for. There's one about halfway in. Again, all I'm doing is just tapping it. For anyone who doesn't know how to control these, if I release A, I nosedive. If I tap it, I go up in the air. You mainly just want to tap as much as you can. There is a secret exit halfway through the level on the upper part. You can watch through runs and whatnot to know exactly where it is. And if you have at least Dixie, ideally you would have Cranky here. You can get up into the bonus barrel then. End this level about halfway through, which is great because it's an auto-scroller. We like when auto-scrollers are cut in half. That's great. And you go to what is actually the fastest level of the ones that you can go to. Sending you over to Bramble Scramble, another one of my favorite levels in the run. It just looks super, super satisfying. I'll do the level the whole way through, and then we'll break down a couple of visual cues in the first section. But here, for the most part, just watch it fly. Another super bounce right there. Big pogo, big pogo. Into the second section right here. A neutral bop off this enemy. Minimum bounce. Big pogo, big pogo. Grab this. Roll for just a little bit, then big pogo. Off to the end there. Already through 2 sections. Going into the third section right here, up to the top platform. Roll down until we touch the N. Full pogo, full pogo, full pogo, full pogo. Blast through. You're going to take some damage right here. You're going to wait just a second here to make sure these bramble get out of the way, and then you blast through. Because you want to keep Cranky right here. One of the most satisfying looking levels in the run, and I actually think it's a relatively accessible level. For the most part, it's obviously a cool level because the level is building itself in front of you as you go through. So once you learn it fully, you're kind of in there. So let me see here. I want to use, I think this is part 1. Yes. So my visual cues, you can kind of see there's the rock that's like right in front of Cranky right now and behind him. And then there's that other like smaller rock further to the right on the screen. I'm going to do a big jump from there. And then I want to do a sort of medium bounce right here in front of that dodo, because if I do a max bounce, I'm going to land on this barrel platform up here with the leaves, and that's going to kill all my momentum. And then from here, for the most part, you're doing medium to maximum bounces all the way through. Max bounce, max bounce, max bounce, max bounce. You want to land for the second block of the platform right here, kind of the one that's curving down, to clear that enemy. Bounce off this one as it's coming up. And then up here, you're going to roll off and do another one of those super bounces I was talking about, where you're going to roll off and then press jump as you're tapping into this bouncy platform for a neutral, neutral, full pogo, full pogo. Neutral, neutral, full pogo into the platform. So that's the whole first section. Let it ride. Big jump, pogo, pogo. Fulls from here to go through this entire bramble section, bounce off that platform, roll off of it, super bounce, neutral, neutral, full bounce, full pogo, into the platform we go. Going into the second section right here, a little bit of visual cues. You want to make sure, like I was talking about in that earlier global cycle level 2, 3, you want to avoid touching these leaves. A lot of times they'll catch me, they'll kind of kill my rhythm in the level. Just kind of learn where you bounce for each of those sections. And then you're going to roll off of this platform and do a kind of, this is like a medium jump, not max, not minimum. And you want to do a neutral bop off of the piranha plant, a medium bounce right here to give you enough height to get this swooping dodo as it comes down, and then a minimum, just a little tap pogo bounce off of him. Because that'll put me right on top of this leaf. Full pogo up to here, grab this. You want to roll for just a little bit and then do a jump and pogo right in front of this bowl, and then you can go into that. So once again, avoid the leaves, go in between each of them. If you think of it as leaves 1, 2, and 3, you're bouncing in between 1 and 2, and then in between 2 and 3. Roll off here, neutral off the piranha plant, medium, minimum, max, max. Go for it, roll for it in front of the bowl, and you're out of there. And we already broke down the third section right there. So once again, one of my favorite levels to get to pull off. Very, very satisfying. And honestly, not super, super difficult. You just got to learn your visual cues. Jumping right ahead, let's go into 3 boss. We got Triple Trouble right here. So the weird part about this boss, what's unique about it, is that once again, it has 3 phases. Each of the 3 phases has 3 health, but each of these 3 baboons have 3 max health. What you're trying to do is once you deplete any of their health to 0, that baboon is gone, and the remaining ones will refill to full health, and you'll move into phase 2 and then into phase 3. So what we want to do, obviously, is just deplete one of them all the way down. Although there are a lot of times where you want to get rid of certain other baboons just so they're out of the way and they get into position to do their next attack faster. So for the most part, I don't know if I'm going to say, we'll see if I let this speak for itself. Bounce off this guy. Once again, Cranky's going to be the best for his cane bouncing because he can bounce on the spiked helms right here. Bounce off you, roll through you. I'm going to land here on the left side. As soon as it lands, I'll roll into it, knocking him over, and then going for it again. So, yeah. You can do that without taking damage. I screwed it up in the pausing right there. Right here, there is a red kind of tie at the top of the plank. You can sort of see it there on the left side. I'm trying to be on the far right side of the right one over here, because that will bait this next enemy to go down immediately, allowing us to get rid of his last health point. So I'm gonna stand right here. He came down immediately. Get rid of him, and we're good. That gets us through phase 1. For phase 2 right here, both of them are gonna be coming down the poles. I wanna bounce up with Cranky, bounce off of the right one, and then come over and bounce off of the left one. As soon as he gets rid of the bomb, that gets rid of him. Right here, they're going to hang down. I'm going to immediately pogo bounce off of the right one, which immediately clears them. And this is going to look a little weird. I'm actually just going to roll into the left one. I want to make sure this other baboon, it's the one I'm actually trying to kill here in phase 2. I want to make sure he comes down. If I killed the left one immediately, they would do an entire extra attack. But because I'm sandbagging it, I'm allowing the baboon to come under the plank, so he's going to commit to an attack. Then I will clear this one. Then come over, kill him. Bam, we immediately go into phase 3. So now he's got both of his buddies back. They're ghosts now. They're ghost baboons. Gonna do some avoiding of some bombs right here. Come back over for one more. And you're gonna try to cane bounce to catch this one out of the air. Throw it back to him. Right here, for the most part, you just want to stay under each of the enemies so that the bomb comes straight down, so it stays out of your way. And you can get this for hit number 8. And here we got our 9th and final hit to get out of World 3. Boop. One more series of bombs. And I'm actually going to damage boost jumping up into one of these bombs. On the descent, I will pogo bounce, grab the other bomb out of the air, and then chuck it at him. Boop. Phil Nicholson. Very nice. And that's World 3. So there's a lot of specifics of how that boss fight works. I definitely think it's one of the easier of the bosses to execute in a run, even though I've screwed it up a bunch. It's always how it goes, though. And with that, we're moving on to World 4. Let's keep diving in, chat. World 4, this is going to be Diddy's world. It's mostly underwater, so let's dive right in. Again, when barrels are underwater, they do move a little slower. They're going to be on 2-second cycles for each Kong instead of 1. So immediately right here, we're trying to catch this first Diddy cycle. You have a little bit of wiggle room, but you still want to move fast. Again, water skipping is a thing. It's the same button as rolling on the ground. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 on the where would have been the 8th bounce. That's where you dive down. Just release Y for a second and let yourself go down. Tap Y to keep corkscrewing. And you're going to come all the way down until you bonk. You can see this just rotated to cranky. And now I'm going to try to move over it. And with like the back half of my body, because I want to keep moving to the right, I will spin through it and change over to Diddy, and then utilize his jetpack to go through the entire rest of the level, basically. Go through as it's coming over. You want nice long usages of the jetpack right there. So you're getting kind of all of each jetpack cycle to come out. So you're getting nice and boosted forward each time. Now the thing about it is, even though this is Diddy's world, we still actually want Dixie on the next barrel cycle right here. So for this whole part, you are moving as fast as you can so you can catch that Dixie cycle. I did a little corkscrew underwater because there's like a 50-50 chance that treasure chest will give you a heart. That will allow me to take a damage boost right here, just so I can move a few frames faster through this next section to try to catch this Dixie cycle. You see, I actually caught the very end of the Dixie cycle. That was, again, I was messing around with moving a little slower there. And that's because, as you can see, as we said at the beginning of this tutorial series, Dixie's hair underwater allows you to go against currents. So you can see it being showcased right there. Now we're going to have to utilize it again for this bit. We're going to drop out of the corkscrew, utilize it here. As soon as the current is down, we go back to corkscrewing. And then what's happening right here, this is the second of the 4 secret exits that we want to take in the course of a run. This is the most well-hidden secret exit in the game, and it's the most powerful to speedrunners for any percent runs. So we're going to go through, and then immediately, we're going to screw that up. We might have to, yeah. Again, we're pausing. So I need to make sure I don't lose Dixie here. Really do not lose Dixie, or you cannot use this. You will not be able to get the secret exit, and once again, the run would basically be over. Go back through here, and here's your secret exit. So there isn't much in the way of visual cues I want to break down for you. For the most part, it's moving really fast so you can catch that opening Diddy cycle, and then having good Diddy movement all the way through so you can catch the Dixie cycle. If you miss cycles, again, they're they're easier to catch in a way, I guess, because they're 2 seconds on each barrel, but it also means they're more punishing when you miss them. It's 6 seconds to wait for it to rotate around. So the only visual cue I want to break down in that level is right here. As you go through, again, corkscrews faster than her hair twirl. As I'm passing this spike, that's when I alternate over to her hair twirl. I stop tapping Y because I know this is about to start pushing me back. And you've got like that block that's up there. This is the block that's going to go away by us hitting those 3 light switches later on. Basically, now I'm going to hair twirl until I reach the end of this block. So Y. I stop pressing Y. I hold A here. And as I hit that, I go back to pressing Y. That kind of ensures that I'm going to catch a good cycle right there to get past that little swinging spike section right there. Not take early damage. Again, if you take early damage, you really got to play it careful. You cannot lose Dixie. That is non-negotiable. Yeah, you go up, you make sure you hit the 3 lights, go back, get your secret exit, get out of there. Let's jump into another one of my favorite levels in the run. We got 4A. Breaking the convention of 4-1, 4-2, 4-3, 4-4. You can see the alternate path here. We're going to, instead of doing 4-2, 4-3, and 4-4, we're going to trade in those 3 levels, which are all very long, for these 2 levels on the right side, 4A and 4B. 4B is also pretty long, but 4A very short. So you're trading in 3 long levels for 1 long level and 1 very short one. Right here, this is another level I'll kind of let speak for itself, and then we'll do a breakdown afterwards. One of the only levels in the run, actually the only level in the run, where I'm going to utilize all 3 different Kongs. Let's actually exit out so I can show the whole thing. I had a brain fire while I was explaining stuff there.
I definitely had that.
Say what?
I have definitely had those.
Yeah, just a little bit of a brain fire. I'm like, wait, where am I? So mash out this cutscene. You're gonna get a water skip right there, jump under the shark, over this shark, over the spike ball, under that one, switch to Diddy right there, bounce off the left side and keep going. Dive into the water, utilize that jetpack so you can keep going, beat out these water cycles, because now I want to switch over to Cranky so we can take the secret exit at the end. Keep going. If you're perfectly on stride, you can swap to Cranky right there, bounce off this little spike ball and keep going. 1, 2, 3. On the lift up, you'll clear the walrus right there. Neutral bop off that enemy, and into the water we go. You can see the corkscrew not nearly as effective as that jetpack underwater. You're quite a bit slower. But, again, you want Cranky's cane, because right here, 2, 3, 4, jump up, roll down as you're about to hit those bananas, full pogo, into the secret exit, and that gets you to your desired next level, going to 4B. Otherwise, you'd be going back to 4-2, and you'd be trading in, doing 3 more levels instead of just doing the 1 over here. Do a little bit of breakdown of that level. Just showing y'all some visual cues. So this is another level where actually mashing out the cutscene is very important. Just mashing out that B button right there. Because all of the platforms that are in this first spot right here, they're all going to be moving as soon as you load into the level. They're all close enough to where they're going to start going. So if I don't mash it out fast enough and I don't start rolling fast enough, then I will get hit by this shark right here, because this platform I'm currently on will start to lift up and it'll lift me into the shark. So you want to go and then do kind of a minimum jump underneath the shark, roll through, jump over this shark, another over, under, jump up, switch to Diddy right there by grabbing it, slamming it to the ground and continuing your roll. And then right here, you want to bounce off of the left side of this owl so that the trajectory will put you on the right side of this platform enough to where you can start a roll. If I land on the right side of the owl, even close to the center, all of a sudden I'm going to clear this platform. I'll end up in the water. And while Diddy is the king of water, you don't want to be in the water right here. You want a water skip over this whole section, underneath the shark, through this enemy, one more water skip, and then dive in right here at the wall and start the jet packing through that whole bit. Over, under, switch to the Diddy. It's really like artwork in this game, how you can have perfect movement through the level, and all of a sudden you're never breaking stride. You're not having like wait on barrel cycles. You do all this perfectly, and you go. You swap to Diddy right here, and if you move through the rest of the level correctly, you swap over to Cranky. The last thing I'm going to show is this. This end of the level is not incredibly difficult, but it is very important. You absolutely want to hit this, because if you don't get into this secret exit, like I said, the run basically can't continue. You'd go back to 4-2, 4-3, 4-4, all super long levels, as opposed to just doing one level to continue the rest of the run. So, you go through here, you bounce off the enemy right there. 4 water bounces. As you're descending from the 4th one, you jump up, and then you're going to roll down till you're about to touch this second bushel of bananas. Full jump out of that, we'll do just a series of full pogo bounces in front of the poker enemy right here. Off the second urchin, off the third urchin, up into the secret exit. Again, not incredibly difficult, but extremely important. I would definitely recommend when you get to this part of your run, practice this part a lot to where you feel confident in this motion. Boop, bop, shizzle. Right in you go. And that's 4A. On we go into 4B. Shoal Atoll, and this is a level that really just gets to showcase how good Diddy is underwater. There's a lot of optimization around this level for how you move through it underwater. In order to save us, I think, a little bit of time tonight, I'm actually, for the most part, going to skip over this level. Let me at least go forward and get the Diddy cycle. This is one of the only cycles in the entire run where you straight up just have to kind of get up to the barrel and wait. There's no way for you to make this Diddy cycle. Switch over. The gimmick of this level is that you have to get these keys and then bring the red key here to the corresponding red chest. This will give you another key. This will give me a green key, and then I take it over and I put it in the green chest, and so on and so forth. You kind of move around the entire level in a not extremely linear fashion. I like to corkscrew into the transitions. A lot of the optimization of the level is kind of how you do your screen transitions to where you're like deeper into the next room, as deep as you can be. Which would all be stuff, if you actually want to get into running this game, you can really break this down. I don't even know it at its core, like the best ways to do all of them. But yeah. So I'm going to actually end this level a little bit early. If you want to watch full runs, pretty much what you see is what you get. You get through the rest of the level. I would set you through about half of it right there. Let's jump now into one of, if not the hardest levels in the entire run. Probably just below 3-3 we saw earlier with that Tornado-Cito. We got C-Stack Attack. I've got this all sorts of broken down in some clips. Let's see if I can do it all in one go, and then I'll break it down for you all. Okay. Okay. That was almost the perfect run through of 4-5 C-Stack Attack. You can see, you come in with Diddy, You transition to Cranky for most of the level, and you switch to Diddy right at the end, where normally there you're supposed to pound through all those crates. But again, we're speedrunners. We try to go too fast. We're going to try to drop off the side and just hover into it, which is as terrifying as it looks. So just to break down that level a little bit. So yeah, let's start with this one right here. We got the very opening of the level. This is an immediately pretty difficult strat. We're going to try to scoop the bomb out of the hand of this penguin right here. And what your goal with it is you want to throw this at the next penguin coming up. Not this one, but the one in the little pit coming up after this. You want to land it on the right side of the penguin to where it blows up on him, and the shock wave of it also blows up this wall coming up. So then you can just continue through and just continue on in stride. Beautiful little strat right there. But the way to make it work, once again, you need to roll through and grab as you're defeating this enemy. You do a boosted bounce off of this poker enemy right here. And you see on the top of the screen, there's like a little orange seashell lodged into the ceiling right there. As you're about to reach that, that is your cue to chuck the bomb. If you throw it too early, it lands on the front of the penguin, killing him, but not the wall. And then you have to get another bomb, losing a bunch of time. If you throw it too late, then it lands behind the enemy, and you have to wait for him to slowly walk back, which will lose you upcoming cranky cycles. Yeah, super cool strat right there. Going into the next section right here, I think, yeah, that should be the end of the level. So, yeah, let's show this one right here. Immediately in this sand wall, this might look like you're just kind of waiting around, and you are, but you want to wait around as efficiently as you can. So right here, you've got these enemies are going to throw bombs at you. As soon as they're reared all the way back, that's my cue to jump up the air and grab the bomb out of midair, which is not just grabbing it as soon as I can. You are. As soon as you grab a bomb, its fuse starts as soon as you grab it. So you can see, you can kind of tell its fuse is a little further down than all the other bombs, which is good because I want to utilize this to blow up this wall in front of me. So I'm going to chuck it over the poker enemy right here. I'm going to slap the ground, which will get rid of his little spear. And then I can do a quick roll jump to go through him and past the wall as it's blowing up, perfectly timed with the bomb blowing it up. This is one of the crappiest jumps you got to make in the level. Very, very difficult section of the run right here, where you roll off this platform, and I want to land my cane just to the left of this spear enemy. If you're too far left, you kind of clip into the ledge a little bit, and you lose all your speed, and you lose a bunch of time. If you go too far right, you're going to take damage there. So you want to land it in this very specific spot. Roll off. I am then going to aim for bouncing, doing a cane bounce on the far right side of this platform. So you can clear this platform all the way to here, do another roll jump and cane bounce off of this thin little left platform of these two right here. Up to the top shelf. You're going to do, it's going to look a little weird. You just do a little roll jump, just like a little quick one. This is a setup to where the barrels are going to be in a good position on the next spot. Roll through this enemy, jump between these two crushers. You're going to jump on the right barrel here and then immediately blast out of here. Now, earlier you saw I actually took damage. This is if it is super clean. You skip all of that. You just take the direct shot right there. I would say that's about 50-50. It doesn't heavily affect the rest of the level. There is a Diddy cycle you're trying to catch later on. Even if you take damage, you end up going into the top barrel of the four barrels right there, and you have to shoot up. You can still make the Diddy cycle. You can even still make a little bit of a camera manipulation I'm going to talk about here in a second. But yeah, this is obviously the like super clean variant. So to show that once again, slap it, roll through them. It all works together perfectly. Barely being able to pogo in front of the spear enemy right there. Far side of that, off the little guy. Do a little roll jump for the setup. Land in the right barrel and then shoot out of that. In you go on to the last section of the level. Now I do want to show you once again, you can have this happen where you hit the enemy. Sometimes you'll still have a trajectory to where you go up into the top barrel, the goal point. Sometimes you bounce off the wall and you go into the top barrel. You can still make the Diddy cycle you want afterwards if you've been clean through the rest of the level up to that point. So to show you the very end of the level, pogo off that pillar right there. Switch over to Diddy because we really want Diddy for this last little fall down and, much more importantly, the end of the level. So showing the whole thing right here. This is a super minute little camera manipulation strat you can go for. Again, a lot of things in this game are built off of local cycles. When they're on camera, they'll start to, move and whatnot. If I just stopped and waited right here to grab the Diddy barrel, which if you move perfectly through the level, you can see you actually kind of got to wait a half second anyways for it to rotate over. So you feel like you just kind of got to wait. But we don't like to wait in speedruns when we don't have to. If we can do something to speed it up, that's great. So you can see I'm going to get Donkey's butt on this wall. I'm going to turn. That moves the camera up a little more to where there's going to be this crusher cycle that's going to flip before we get there. Otherwise, you would take a damage boost. Turn back around. Now pick up Diddy, jump up, slam over to him, and that's the crusher I'm talking about. Now it's out of the way. We don't have to take damage, and we can keep going, saving like a quarter of a second. Now you just got to do some roll jumps. Nice. Clear that enemy right there. Make sure you don't hit any of this stuff. Big bounce off of this big old bunny right here. And then the visual cue for this drop down. If you don't want to pee your pants right here, if you just want to feel a little more chill here at the end of the level, you can just press Y, slap through all these crates, fall down to the barrel. But if you want to go fast, you want a little bit of a heart attack, you're going to drop off. And as I'm about to pass like the third row of crates, the ones on the bottom, I'm going to start hovering and then hold right to barely hit that barrel. Obviously, if you're a little too slow with starting your hover, you fall down too far, you die. If you press it too soon, then you lose all momentum up against these crates and you can't push yourself hard enough to the right to get the finish barrel. You fall down. You have to time this correctly or you can't do it. So 4 or 5, one of my absolute favorite levels in the run. It's so cool when it all comes together, but it is definitely one of the most challenging levels you're going to learn. Going into the final massive swimming level of the game, we got 4-6 current capers, where pretty much I want to be Diddy the entire level. There are 2 different Diddy cycles that I'm going to try to catch. You might say, well, you're already Diddy. We're going to implement 2 different damage boosts in the level. Actually, I guess 3 by the end of it. 4, actually. There's 4 damage boosts in this level. Wow. Need to corkscrew to hit these switches. This is the first damage boost you're seeing right here. Otherwise, you would have to wait for all those to move out of the way, and that's very slow. Let me see here. Let's actually add a level. Let's actually start that level once again with Diddy. I'll try to get this all in stride. This one's kind of hard to stop and break down. This is right after as difficult as 4 or 5 was. This is another extremely difficult level. Particularly the first like 60% of it. Your movement has to be very clean so you catch each of the next Diddy cycles to refill that health so you can do more damage boosts. So jetpack as much as you can. Rotate up. That bonk kind of sets you up, knocking you back a little bit. Got to hit all 3 of these switches. perfectly chaining those bounces off those enemies together to get up and catch that Diddy cycle on that Diddy barrel on cycle, refilling your health to go into the next section, because once again, we need to do another damage boost. To note, you actually, if you have really clean movement in that first half of the level, you actually will get there on the cranky cycle, where I'll throw on a little bit of a jetpack hover mid-air with Diddy, so then I land on it and I still get the Diddy, because you don't want cranky and you don't want Dixie here either. This is Diddy's level. Barely beating out that spike ball hitbox, picking up that very conveniently placed heart right there to then take another damage boost. So we're taking a double damage boost through that section. And now we get to calm for just a little bit for this bit. Moving through that entire section, that's the hardest bit of swimming you have to do in the entire run. There's so many opportunities to bonk on walls and stuff, bonk on corners as you're weaving through. If you're a little too slow with your re-angles on each of your jetpacks, little spike balls will come up and hit you on the booty, and all of a sudden you're taking too much damage at the wrong times, and you're just not going to get through the level with Diddy intact. Now there is one more Diddy cycle we're going to go for here. Looks like we were on cycle. And you take one final damage boost right there. That's why you wanted that Diddy cycle. I swim through here with jetpacks until I pass the G. That makes sure that this large, almost like a little saw blade or whatever, spawns on screen. Wait till it goes, then we can go down. Go once to the right, one straight down, hit the barrel, you're in, you're out, you're good. Yeah, to note the question in chat here, yeah, funky mode is its own category. Definitely an easier category. Honestly, pretty good for beginners. You get more health, even if you just want to use the Kong family. Each Kong gets an extra health point, and Funky's got 5 by himself. And Funky's just really, really good. One boss here, and then four boss right here with Fugu. This is another one of the hardest boss strats in the run. Little cheeky strat right here where I can get in one Diddy jetpack before I transition to Cranky. This is the only time we want to use Cranky underwater. And I'll try to, once again, do the boss fight and then break down kind of how this tomfoolery works. The time attack IL, what you're supposed to get for like the top times in this is like over 2 minutes. World record's like 30 seconds, and I'm showing you why. Cranky's cane hitbox that you swing with is massive, and you can hit him on the backside. Ooh, okay, I screwed up. Can I actually do the backup here? No, okay, we're just gonna die and we'll show it again. So you kind of, I'll show it again here. Let me just get the barrel and go back in. So I need to get to him as quickly as I can. I do a little bit of a different setup than other runners. I try to make sure that he is mini Fugu before he balloons into a bigger form. Optimally, you actually want to let him get a little bit bigger because then he moves to the left here a little faster, saves like 2 seconds. This is a safety strat that I like to do because it's easier for me to hit him. Hit him back, hit him back. Oh. So I'm going to showcase a little bit of a backup strat right here. It's actually fine. I'm getting to showcase it. As long as you are at 1 health with Donkey Kong specifically, if you are at 1 health with solo Donkey Kong, the game has to give you a heart whenever you deal damage to the boss. So that fight casually is supposed to be one where you're in front of him, you're dodging a bunch of attacks, and then eventually he exposes his weak point. With Cranky's cane, you just get back there and you start waving at his booty, and you can get those hits super, super fast, and the fight can be over with. Even right there, me screwing it up, that was like 45, 50 seconds probably. So let me show you kind of the basis of what you are trying to do right there. Yeah, I think this is each of the phases. So I corkscrew, corkscrew, corkscrew. I stop pressing Y at about right here as I'm about to kind of like almost like overlap with him underneath him. And you see right there, I'm basically aiming straight back at the wall. This hitbox doesn't make sense, but we take it. This will knock him back into the wall. You might have noticed this with when I screwed up the fight, you know, kind of in the live version right there, that he will sometimes kind of try to wiggle back into place and waste too much time, and you're going to get hit too. You're trying to, in your limited amount of iframes, get off all 3 of these hits per phase. So the way we counteract him trying to wiggle into place is we're going to put him in his place. So he wants to always move to the back center part of the wall. So by hitting him in that direction, he'll kind of immediately turn back around for each of them. So 1, 2, 3. You could kind of, if you look at how I'm set up right there, I come back, I hit him, I bounce back as well. I then sort of angled Donkey and Cranky to knock him back down and into the wall at that center point, so he didn't get too far away. And on the third hit, you just try to hit him. It's actually more advantageous for you to knock him away from the wall because he needs to move to the left side. You get your heart and you move on. Now, while it's 100% guaranteed that if you're solo Donkey Kong and you're at 1 health, you always have to get health back whenever you hit the boss, it isn't the case at any other point. So this is actually RNG whether I got health here. So again, 1, hit him down into the center, hit him a 3rd time. I got lucky, I got health there. It's generally, most of the time you should get a heart. It is unlucky if you don't get it. In which case, you actually do what I did there as a backup, where I position behind him as solo Donkey Kong. I let him come back and hit me into the wall. I hit him. I sort of sift my way out from the wall so that I don't take damage on the spikes. And then we do that do-si-do back and forth until he's been defeated. We got here for the other 2 phases. You wait till he gets in position. This is going to be mostly the same thing I'm showing. Hit number 4, hit number 5, hit him down into the center, hit number 6, knock him away. Get set up for phase number 3 right here. Hit him back into the wall, hit him in the center, and go for hit number 9. So I showed you 3 different variations. It's for the most part the same looking thing for each of them. And your goal is hit him straight back, come back, hit him at an angle to hit him back down and into the wall, because you need to make him turn immediately each time. Otherwise, this ain't gonna work. You're gonna lose Cranky. Now, a lot of times say, you don't want to lose Cranky, you don't want to lose Cranky, you don't want to lose Cranky. This is actually one of the few places where I think it's okay to lose Cranky, because going here, and we're going to take our last break, going into World 5, you're trying to you're going to try to get the Dixie cycle at the beginning, and whether you have Cranky or not, it's going to be the same speed. So as long as you beat Fugu, you don't die to Fugu, and it doesn't take too long, you're in there. But with that, I do want to offer it over to my host and everything, because we just hit the end of World 4. There are 2 worlds left in the run. Do we want to finish tonight, or do we want to make a part 2? I want to leave it up to you. I know I've gone into great detail about this game.
Your voice is feeling it. We can definitely finish it off tonight. We can take a quick break.
All right, sounds good.
One thing before we do go, somebody asked, so for the last boss fight, I had it. Apparently I've scrolled past it. Banana juice, would that help in that fight at all?
It would. That is actually a really solid beginner strat, honestly. So there is an item in this game called banana juice, where when you utilize it, I believe it's just you get just you can take infinite hits for an amount of time. I forgot, I think it's like 15 seconds or something. So if you want to go there and feel way, like you can be a lot sloppier and still get through the whole thing. Like here, I guess I can show it one time right here. Oh, let me go to a world that actually has the shop unlocked. I wonder if you would need multiple banana juices. How much do they even cost? I haven't done this in a long time, but this is actually a great beginner strat. Yeah, I'm glad someone brought this up. Yeah, they cost 15 a piece. So just give me like 3 of them. Boop, boop. Let's actually warp to World 5. Then when I go to World 4, I'll go in the backside. Inventory, just give me all of them. I want to say it's like 15 seconds. So it buys you some time where it does remove the RNG of it. So if you're getting a lot of excess, coins are given to you for free in this game all over the place. If you feel like you want to have the safety in World 3, you could buy that. And the timer on these do not start until you take your first bit of damage. Now, you can bring 3. Yeah, so I even screwed up right there. This is, like I said, kind of optimally the size you want him to be, but I'm worse at hitting him here. So yeah, you can see 6 hits in, I'm just now getting to phase 3, and the banana juice just wore off. So yeah, honestly, pretty easily, you could bring in just a single banana juice, and yeah, all of a sudden, like, even if you make a few errors, you're not going to lose Cranky. Now, Cranky is only really useful, once again, for finishing that boss. Once you get into World 5, it's not going to make a difference in the opening speed. But yeah, if you want a really good beginner strat, in World 3, just pop on over, buy yourself a banana juice or 2 or whatever you want, and all of a sudden you can use that for him. And once you feel really confident in how you're doing the fight, then you can cut those and cut out that shop trip. Again, the Switch version, what's nice is load times got way faster, so you will load into the shops a lot faster, not costing as much time. But anyways, that's World 4. We got 2 worlds left in the room.
All right. That seems like a pretty decent point to take a break. So we are going to take a quick break just before we do, just as a reminder. With SGDQ just wrapping up, you can tweet @GamesDoneQuick and let us know about all of your favorite runs. And you can also go and check out @GamesDoneQuick on Instagram to get more bite-sized clips from our hotfix shows and see what happens at all of our events. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to, just so you can get some water, stretch, whatever you need to do. We'll be back in a few minutes with the rest of this tutorial. Hello everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. This is How to Train a Speedrunner, and we are in the middle of our Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze tutorial. We're actually almost near the end. Spike, how you feeling after that last break?
I'm feeling great. We got 2 worlds left. Let's go ahead and dive right in. We got it's been a good time here in the chat and everything, so I hope y'all have been enjoying the tutorial series. If nothing else, you're sitting there just vibing to some Donkey Kong, some good 2D platforming here, and if you're wanting to learn off of it, I think we've got a lot of good stuff laid out here. I've enjoyed getting to show like visual cues and everything. So with that, let's go ahead and dive into World 5 of 6. We got the Juice World. Everybody can post their favorite fruit smoothies in the chat. Let's go ahead and jump into Harvest Hazards. Starts off with a pretty difficult level right here. And a level that you can very easily death cycle in at the end. We'll show you what the visual cues are, particularly utilizing Cranky Kong. So for this opening part of the level, it's worth pointing out that it really doesn't matter whether you have solo Donkey Kong or you have Cranky. Either way, you're just trying to make that Dixie cycle. You might have noticed everything I was doing there at the beginning was just a bunch of roll jumps. So as long as you can do those, which even solo Donkey Kong can do, you just want to make sure you catch Dixie. Right there, I took a little bit of a bonk where I sort of scraped up against a platform. You need to delay yourself a little bit so you get to that Dixie cycle on like in stride so that these next camera cycles are not messed up. So generally what I'll do, you have those little like claws that reach down and hit you. I'll take damage on them intentionally. Might actually here, let me start the level over so I can show kind of a more normalized version of what that would look like for me to kind of show how I do it. So you catch the Dixie on cycle, so none of the other camera cycle stuff is messed up after that. As opposed to getting up to it, having to wait for her, and then go, and then everything's messed up. So first, just make sure I clear this enemy. Boop. Again, I'm treating it as if I have solo down. Oh, God. Here, let me actually, here, I need you to, I need to lose Dixie. Bam. Drop down. Because this should still be the correct cycle now going to her. Clear the helmed enemy. It actually made it harder having Dixie because it got that weird hover. Take that intentional damage right there. Roll down right here. And you can see that puts Dixie perfectly on. Well, it's supposed to put her on the cycle. You know what? Jump in the pit. I want to do this all correctly. Roll through here, bounce off this Harden dude, take damage from that, roll down here, catch Dixie on cycle, and start making your way through. Jump to the cart. Use that little bouncy fruit to get up to the top shelf. And then here we're trying to catch the cranky cycle. Ooh, we're gonna die. I'm gonna die because I can't believe that wasn't the cranky cycle. It's because I screwed up earlier. All right, we're gonna do this whole level correctly for y'all. I want y'all to see what it looks like. But dang it. Yeah, the vibes are off because we were a little ways into the level. Load into the level. Roll jump, clear this idiot. Treat this movement the same whether you cranky survive the food fight or not. Take the intentional damage to sandbag yourself. So you get Dixie right there. See, is this gonna be screwed up again? You want to ideally land off the top of that fruit back there, not the left side. No, dude. Jump in the pit. Just jump in the pit. You want to catch cranky? It's because I keep going off the left side. All right, this is the last time I'll do this. This is the last time I'll break this bit down. If you have to, if you can tell you're going to get there a little short, just wait on cranky. You want cranky for the next part of the level. Like, I could break down backup strats for like, oh, I got Diddy. But for the most part, like, if you can tell you're not going to get the cranky, just wait.
It's worth it to just wait.
Yeah, 100%. You're going to lose more time just saying screw it and taking Diddy right there. Okay, go off the top of the fruit. We did it. Okay, that's going to put me a little further to the right. Bounce off the fruit, roll off of that through the hoots. Hover up. Oh, and then I didn't even... Oh, I hate everything. Okay, whatever. Go through it. You would grab Cranky as you're rolling through. You would jump up with him, chuck it, and then you would transition. You would keep going. Don't worry about it. Now you're going to go here until this starts to lean at you. This platform with the penguin leans at you. You're going to jump off of it with B instead of releasing grab. And then you will do a series of cane bounces right here. Slap right here so you stop right there. You don't go off. And then you can just see it off to the right side of the screen right here. There's this leaning tower of, not Cheeza, it's not Goofy Movie, these spiked balls right here. Once it is fully level facing straight up in the air, that's your cue to roll jump off and bounce off of them because they're going to start leaning to the left. We land here for the trusty trolley. We go through. So this is the trusty trolley because you have to trust that it's not going to fall off. You go until the platform flips up till you're about halfway across it. That's your cue to jump for it. Go. That's close enough to where you'll make that platform. You just blast out of here. Set up for a damage boost right here, because that will sandbag our movement just enough to catch this platform. Roll under, bounce off of this one. And then let's just go through this because I've got a clip for it. 1, 2, 3, full pogo, neutral, blast. That sets it up to where you're always gonna hit that barrel as it's falling down. You hit just that top left corner. If you miss it, you just gotta wait 2 seconds on the other side for it to be in place. But hey, we need those 2 seconds. That'd be 2 seconds of your life you would never get back. Like that minute, like a couple minutes I spent there not hitting the thing earlier. So again, right here, just wanted to show the visual cue. It's when you're about halfway across this first flipping platform that comes up on the trusty trolley, then you roll off of it and you're able to make the platform. So not much to show off there. Just want to show off the end of this level right here. So right now, in order to avoid getting hit by these little claws, these little munchers, you're going to roll through this single banana. And as you are about to touch the left one, the far left of this next set of 3 bananas, you jump out of it, do a little baby jump, and then pogo above. You can see that just gets you over the second muncher. Roll off, jump to this platform, roll across 3 of these, which even though those gaps look massive, there's no reason this should work. Donkey's kind of wide, it's fine. You can go across 1, 2, 3, jump out of it. You're going to full pogo off the top enemy, and then neutral bop off the last enemy to put you in the barrel and then blast out of it. It's the perfect setup to where you're always going to catch this ending barrel. Nicely done. This next level, 5-2, it is our 4th of our 5 auto-scrollers, and it's another rocket barrel level. If you want to learn it, watch runs. For the most part, just get into the barrel as fast as you can, take off as fast as you can, and don't die the rest of the level. That's all you need to know. Let's go directly into 5-3, Fruity Factory. This one I'll try to just explain in stride. I don't think there's like super specific visual cues here for the most part. It's got a lot more of those. You're gonna have conveyor belts that are gonna move you to the right and some to the left. You wanna generally pogo off the ones that go to the left, and you wanna ride the ones that go to the right. Right here, pogo up. You'll take a damage boost right here, and then utilize this cranky barrel as it's on cycle to get rid of that enemy and simultaneously refill your health so you can take this damage boost right here. This conveyor belt moves to the left. We don't like that. We bounce off of that, double bouncing up to here, and then jumping off of this second one over a pit of munchers to get over to this section. Now this looks weird. I just went back. This thing is a spinning blade room of death. I want to get close to it so that when this door moves up out of the way, I can do a roll jump from there, and it times it and spaces it to where I bounce off of that up to this top shelf. As opposed to having to climb up. Conveyor belt going to the right, so we're riding it. Ooh, that was... Let's go back for Cranky because I want to showcase the end of this. We'll go back in some way. We might have to take a death for it. I screwed up some of what I was trying to do there. I did the wrong movement. This actually should be basically right on. No, it's not. We're gonna start the level. I want to show this and all this. So this is what I'm talking about, where because this game is so built on cycles, all of a sudden you have to do like a little bit of waiting for a barrel on cycle to like get the Kong you want. All of a sudden, all the cycles afterwards aren't gonna be where you need them to be. So let's go back through it. You're gonna leave this little enemy right here so you can neutral bop into the barrel you spawn afterwards. Roll for a little bit, and then you're gonna pogo, full pogo. Didn't actually take damage right there, so this is just going to be to get rid of him. Neutral bop off that. I mean, nice series of bounces right here. Boom, and roll off this as it spawns in. Once again, we're gonna get Donkey's booty up against the side of this thing right here. Then roll for it. That gets us up to the top shelf immediately. Ride this conveyor belt, going to the right. Bounce, bounce. Yeah, that's what I was supposed to do. Pogo, pogo, pogo. Once again, you'll have a series of conveyor belts, some moving to the left, some go to the right. Just understand, if I'm rolling on it, it's going to the right. Otherwise, it's going to the left. So you got this one right here. Pogo off that one. Ride this one completely to the right. Pull that plug up. Jump up into it. And then right here, one of the cutest little strats in the run, we're going to pick up Dixie. This is not going to look like you can land there, but you can. Bounce off right there and throw Dixie, transitioning to her, because we want her hover ability right here. So you can make this gap right there and down into the juicer. In the interest of saving time, this one, for the most part, you just ride the fruit up to the top of the platform. I guess you know, we'll ride in a little. You're gonna wait here until you see two small little fruit platforms. So not this one, but this one. Wait till he gets all the way to the top and then jump and hover up into the barrel. Finishing off 5-3. On to 5-4 we go, which is another one of the scariest levels in the run, because you kind of hit this point in a Tropical Freeze playthrough, and what they do is, we're going to give you one barrel right at the start, and we're not going to give you another barrel. That's the case with most of the levels the rest of the way. A couple of exceptions. And we need Diddy to speed up this level and to obtain the final secret exit of the NE% run, the one at the very, very end of this level. So because you can't, this is another one of the few barrel cycles we have to wait for. You kind of just make it through here as fast as you can. Wait till we get to here, and then switch over to Diddy right there. Clear that Omega enemy. I want to land just past that farting toucan right there. Oh, really? Why did that not make it? I'm confused. I guess I had to keep going a little further. Let me actually start the level over. I must have had to skip off the water and go a little further. I'm surprised I didn't make it. But okay, pretend you're going in with Dixie right now. But there's that farting toucan right there. You want to land on the platform he's on, which is just a little sliver of space right behind him, and then roll off of that to get the 4 water skips. It's not the tightest thing in the world, but it is something you definitely want to practice. Because you fall in the water right there, it's a big old time loss, and it gets very scary. 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. Yeah, I just didn't skip off the water hard enough. Here I want to jump and bounce off this farting toucan to clear that gap. And you want to be clean through this whole section. So again, because I need Diddy at the very end of this level, I need to make sure I don't take extra damage with him. I route in a damage boost, but not till the very end of the level. So taking damage early super, super sucks, because we have no way of refilling his health until then. Little series of roll jumps right here. Pull this plug up. Wait and go. For this series of barrel blasts right here, you can just blast immediately, except for this next one as I come out of the pause. You want to do a little bit of a pause. Otherwise, you'll hit the flipper and it'll knock you down to the pit and you die. And then you can go back to immediately blasting. Hold down right there. That will automatically set you up to go through that fish. And then the reason why you want Diddy primarily is for this underwater section right here, the final underwater section of the run. And then we have this final climb section right here. Ooh, barely catching that platform. And so what I'm doing right here, I'm gonna sandbag a little bit so I can introduce this to y'all. So again, these are supposed to be utilizing Dixie in order to get through here, because she has her little hair twirl. However, you can actually utilize Diddy by alternating between his jetpack and then ending the ending lag of the jetpack with a corkscrew. You actually don't lose distance. So with that, you actually can do this. Oh, I need to go up so I can get some health. Or get some air, rather. So ideally, you come in here, you do like 3 full jetpack boosts, and then you can start doing this until you hit it. It might seem like that's a little slow compared to utilizing Dixie, but Diddy still is much faster in the level because he gets to jetpack through that entire underwater section beforehand. So, yeah. So pretty cool tech right there where you can alternate between the jetpack and doing the breaststroke right there, which is alternating between B-Y, B-Y, B-Y over and over again to get into this. With that, that sends us to our final secret level of the run. We're going to 5B, Jammin' Jams. A probably 20-second faster level than doing the normal level, Jelly Jamboree. And it is the 3rd and final level that adheres to the global cycles. So as soon as we load into the level, everything in the level is already moving. So any mistakes we make are compounded. So we're moving through here. We had that barrel cycle back there. We want to switch to Cranky, but not until the next barrel coming up. So this is definitely the hardest little bit of the level, I think. Full bounce, that gets you up to the top shelf right there. And right here, this is going to look a little goofy. In order to be on cycle, you're actually going to just stop at these 2 spots and just slap the ground, mainly to screw around, but this will line you up to where the cycles are more natural coming up. You can try to go as fast as you can. You're not actually going to save any time because how the cycles work. Come up here, slap another one. Now we're going to transition to Cranky right here. Full bounce, neutral, pogo, wait, go. And what I do there in my head is I literally go, wait, go, and I shoot on go. That is, with that movement through the level, I'm gonna hit that button right at that time. That is when you wanna hit the button. So now all of these cycles are perfectly out of your way and not dealing damage to you. Come up here, blast up. Also, all of this is gonna be out of your way, falling down that entire shaft. And then coming through here, all these platforms are going to be on cycle. Wait here. Wait. There's no reason to take damage here. You're walking. As soon as that gets out of the way, now you can go finish the level. Big roll jump, big boost off of the hoot gets you to the last barrel, blasting you up into the finish barrel. So that's a level where, like, it looks like we're doing a lot of just kind of waiting around and, like, could you go faster there? Funky Kong, the way he works, he can actually go a little faster in that level. The Kong family, that is optimally how you finish it. Just because of how the cycles will just stop you anyways. You'll lose Cranky. Probably the only things I would imagine I really took footage of in that level. Yeah, there wasn't actually a lot I took footage of here in World 5. I would assume. No, yeah, that was good. Primarily right here, roll through this enemy. You're going to do a full bounce with Diddy off of the fish that this Archie shoots out. That will line you up to then do a full bounce off the farting toucan right here. And that'll put you up on the top shelf and you can keep moving. You don't want to bounce off the Archie. I love the spacing of bouncing off the fish itself, actually. Bounce, go. And I had the other one right here where I just wanted to show, once again, as you're going through, you want to do a full bounce off this first hoot and then a neutral bop off the third hoot to then do a little mini pogo into the barrel. Wait, shoot. Wait, shoot. Because you want to hit the top of that button as it's coming up. In you go. All right, that's everything for 5B. We got one final level here in 5-6. We got Frosty Fruits, or in World 5, rather. And this is like potentially the coolest level in the entire run. One of the coolest. I've said that about a lot of levels tonight. There's like 10 coolest levels. But it's one where you can notice, let's exit the level and start that one over. I wasn't supposed to bounce off the walrus. You want to clear the walrus, but roll off the red block. It's the first level where they're actually implementing the freeze part of Donkey Kong Tropical Freeze. A lot of ice physics here, a lot of ways to maintain a lot of momentum and go really, really fast. So again, I'll try to do the full level, and then we'll bust out some clips right here. This may or may not work. We'll see. Okay. All right, about that. Jump out of this, crouch through here. That maintains enough momentum from you sliding forward to where you can make that top shelf. Little speed boost right there by storing it and releasing it later. Utilize the puzzle platform down here a little bit faster. Very cool speed you can get right here. Jump, hold crouch through all of this, bounce off this, holding the crouch again, and then go, slide. Jump into a damage boost right here, pogo. Into the setup, wait. The set up. Very nicely done. Break it down for y'all. We're gonna break it down. Gonna be pretty much breaking down the whole level right there. Ideally, what you want to do is you want to pogo off this bomb enemy, clearing the walrus, and landing on the right side of the red blocks. By rolling off of that, you actually set up your subpixels and your oscillation of your roll. It's a whole thing I don't want to get into too much tonight, but it removes effectively randomness that you might get damaged by some red spikes coming up right here. Is that it looks like that almost hit us. That should set it up to where you don't get it. If you full clear it, as you can see, you still might not get hit by it, but it's a little more random at that point. So yeah, full bounce off him. Clip that red block, go down. Just keep holding right, pressing that Y button. Right here, you're gonna roll down, and about halfway down the hill, you'll do a little jump and crouch. That should give you enough speed on the ice to where you completely clear going underneath these spikes, and then you can roll jump again to make this top platform. Otherwise, that frozen watermelon, like piece of fruit down there, you have to slap that, it knock you up in the air, wasting you a couple of seconds. You don't want that. And then this should be the entire like big boost section at the end into the setup at the very, very end. So you jump off that fruit, you crouch through this whole section. You're actually like storing speed, and then you're going to release it after you do this little section. So you do a neutral bop off this owl. I like the freeze frame right there. He's having a good day. And then you're gonna hold crouch right here. As soon as you see Donkey and Cranky crouch, that's when you can start your roll and you'll have this burst of speed. Yeah! To where you conveniently land right here, crouch the first little bit. You won't lose the speed because you're on the ice. It keeps you moving. Make sure these first couple of spikes don't hurt you. And after you clear the first couple, you can then go back to rolling. Stop yourself, pull it back for just a second so you can slap the ground, shoot up into the air, face left as you're about to get hit by this fruit, turn right. And now you're gonna maintain a bunch of momentum to shoot up into the air, jump up, take some damage, have the iframes, cane bounce up into this platform, tons of awesome speed there, and this level ends off in a super cool way with a great setup where you got that watermelon coming up in just a little bit. You're gonna do a full jump right at the edge, right as you're about to touch that. which should neutral bop you off this enemy so you can do a full cane bounce of 3 sets off the edge of this platform. And then if you've got these blocks coming up, you think of them as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, full bounce off 3, full bounce off 5 into the platform or into the barrel. Bang, bang. Jump off to review that one more time. Get that speed, jump, take that damage boost right there, pogo up, go into your about to touch through, big jump, neutral, full pogo, full pogo, full pogo into the barrel. Once again, beautiful stuff right there. And now, my voice gets a little bit of a break as I get to fight Bashmaster, which is definitely the least interesting and the longest of the boss fights in the run. But still one I should probably explain some stuff during. Before we move on to the 6th and final world of the run, we got Bashmaster. It's Punch Bowl time. Right here for the start of Bashmaster, you want him to lay down his hammer as soon as possible, so that's why I go up, I bait him to do that attack. So you just want to get in front of his hammer. Now, kind of the big skill thing you have to understand about Bashmaster is how to land on a block with a bomb in it, slap it one time, you land to the ground, you scoop up the bomb, and you immediately throw it at him. You have to have no movement on yourself, otherwise you'll want to roll instead of breaking the block. So this will always be the 3rd block right here. You got to move pretty quickly with that, otherwise the other block is going to fall on your head, and a lot of times that will break the block. Once again, baiting out the hammer slam right there immediately and getting the 3rd and final hit of phase 1. So phase 1 down, going to phase 2 now. So Cranky's cane can bounce off anything, even that hammer. For the most part here in hits 4, 5, and 6, you're just kind of avoiding getting hit by him and let him get into place. He'll do a little more sliding back and forth on each hit. It's sadly phase 2 that makes this boss fight take so long, because phase 1 and phase 3 aren't too long. This is like a minute and a half for phase 2. But you can swag out. We are clearly not scared of this hammer.
No fear at all.
Absolutely negative fear. We use your weapon as a platform. Again, there's a lot of instances, I want to reiterate that on the Wii U version, there was a lot of RNG, particularly in the boss fights. And all of that RNG, for whatever reason, just got fixed when they ported it over to Switch, which is, we don't know why. We're very grateful. Whether or not it was intentional, but that's super cool. And that it includes some of the RNG on this boss. This boss could, if he wanted to, just waste like 20 seconds. Thankfully, he can't now. For hit 7, this is always going to be, that was almost too slow. First one's always going to be the bomb. So again, you got to like kind of jump up, immediately land on it, break it, pick it up, and throw it. Here, there's actually RNG in the Wii U version with when he does his slow ball here, his change up. Let's always give it the 4th one here. Over the 8th hit, and we got one more hit right here where he's going to give us a 1, a 2, a 3 stack, and then the bomb. 1, the 2, the 3, and then drop down immediately. And as you can see, because you're trying to throw the bomb immediately, there is RNG about whether you get hearts or not. And sometimes those can be really scary, dicey situations. You don't want to lose Cranky. You can pick up Cranky right at the beginning of the next level. But if you like screw up those final hits, if you're solo Donkey Kong, you can't jump over some of those high block stacks. So you gotta be careful. All right, let's dive in. I know we've already been here all night tonight. Let's keep the tutorial going. We got 8 levels and a final boss left here on World 6, Donkey Kong Island. Going directly into where we started the night, I kind of showed some things off. 6-1, Homecoming Hijinks. One of the shortest levels in the run, and I also think one of the hardest. Especially if you're me, I die in this level in runs all the time.
Okay, if you've got a second before you run right into it, sorry.
No, you're good.
One question somebody had, because there's a lot of like cycle-based things, like are there any beginner strats or backup strats that you would recommend? Or
yeah, like they're kind of, I think when it's like such a cycle-based game, it's kind of built in that if you're a little slow, you're just going to end up taking a slightly slower cycle. So like there's probably a lot of things that you can build in. Again, like I'm giving y'all the 5-hour breakdown of this game where like I could go into like, okay, since you know you're not going to make a certain cycle, you can be a little more chill getting up to that point. You know. But that's kind of its own built-in thing, I guess, in a way. So I'm trying to show, like, if you go for the good cycles, these are the things that you should shoot to go for. But yeah, it's tough in that regard. It's a punishing speed game in that regard. So let's pick up Cranky right here. Should still be able to stick in front of this. So right off the bat, there's a super difficult barrel blast I'm doing right here. A little trick shot. As opposed to having to wait the 2 seconds for the barrel to like get in position. Now coming up on this second section, we have a lot of avoiding of enemies we have to do, kind of maneuvering around them. Neutral bob. Okay, yeah, that'll still work. And we try to go for the fling into the cruncher drop right here. Every time, dude. Do we want to exit the level? No, I'm actually... let me show you what it looks like with solo Donkey Kong, chat. So this is the strat I was trying to go for. It's called the cruncher drop, where you grab the top of that leaf and then you drop down and you go straight in the hole. You drop into neutral and then you hold right on the fall. Actually, I can kind of show off some backup strats here if you lose Cranky. Climb up this grass. And this is actually a fun backup where as this platform is flinging you, as it is almost stable, you release and it flicks you down. And if I time this correctly, I'll go right down to the end of the level. Ooh, I was a little slow there, so I nicked the wall. We can go for one more time. The cruncher drop I don't consider to be that hard of a strat. Hitting it in stride when you're going 1,000,000 miles per hour off that flick storage, yeah, that's what makes it pretty difficult. Go to the top, wait, go. This should be perfect. Yeah. That gets you down to the end, because otherwise you're kind of meant to like go on each of the platforms and eventually it'll fall down. You can jump to it, but that's a fun little backup you can do right there. So let's try this level one more time to see if I can get the full thing with Cranky. Otherwise, I'll just show it here in the clips. Once again, go for this barrel skip right here. Little trick shot. Ooh, okay, that's fine, that's fine. That was weird. Right here, try to roll through, stay under this Archie's attacks, roll through, boop. Okay, I'm not getting the speed there, that's fine. Flick off of this. There we go. And right here, you want to make sure you like ledge grab this, roll off, just roll for a while, and then neutral bop, and then pogo into the barrel. That's a super cool little ending you get to do right there, but it's very easy. Just roll off for a while, jump at some point, and then you'll neutral off the enemy and you get to pogo right into the barrel. So this is one where I made like 4 clips here. This is like a 45-second level, and it's like incredibly difficult. So I made 3 clips for it. So yeah, for this first bit, the big visual cue you need for this trick shot, so you have this like rainbow trail of bananas that's popping up. If you look at the top middle part of the screen, there's like this branch that's coming down, this kind of coily boy right there. As soon as the banana passes that, that's when you shoot. And that'll put you right there and you can keep on going. This is where you take your damage boost for the level. Bounce off this enemy. I generally do a little mid-air wiggle to make sure I land on this little tiny little platform, roll through, and continue the level. So once again, it's right as it's gonna pass the branch. That's when you shoot and you can keep going. For the second bit, this is for maneuvering past all these enemies. I didn't really hit it cleanly in the live version right there, but you make sure that you pogo. You don't pogo too hard or you go up into his fish and you lose Cranky right there. Do a little short hop up, roll through this enemy, do a little jump. You want to pogo past the little spear enemy here, which if you have enough momentum, off of that will allow you to neutral off of that fire Archie and then do a little baby bounce off the pogo up into the grass platform. Roll through, past him, very easy to take damage on the little poker enemy and barely not get hit by this dude. Neutral, bounce, here we go. One more time for good measure. It's an awkward little section, but it feels good when you can chain weaving through all those enemies together. And then you go into this final section right here, where this is the flick into the crunch and drop. So you're gonna notice right as this platform's coming around, once it faces about 5 o'clock, if you imagine it on a clock, that's when you can jump off of this and maintain all the speed from it with Cranky's cane. Right in front of the Archie, right after the pig. And what you want to do is you want to grab the very top of this grass platform, immediately release it so it's like a tap grab. Drop it in neutral, drop down and hold right as you're going to go into that window. And you don't get hit by the big bunnies like little shock waves, and you immediately move on. Very slick looking stuff. It's a very fun level when it goes well. A lot of times it doesn't go well for me. Let's jump into 6-2. This is another brutal level at the start of World 6 right here. And this is one, once again, I will try to let the level speak for itself. We'll do some breakdowns on it afterwards. We're gonna route in a damage boost. A little ways into the level. You need to pull this a little out of the water so that I don't take damage on the icy water. Really? Okay, that was not supposed to happen. So we're gonna have to do a little bit of a variation right here. If you take damage early, normally this is where you would take the damage. You would jump into the pool of water right here. And if you are right of center, it will boost you to whatever platform you're closer to, so you can cut out having to ride the vine. Another variation of this, another aspect to this backup is now I need to wait for this dude to chuck his first fish. So I sort of sandbag here for like half a second. Then I roll forward and we're good to go. So now we're back on cycle. Pull back a little bit to set up for this insta shot. Weaving past those enemies. Pogo. And this last section, it's just watch the video back, see where you're aiming each of these, and hit your landmarks. Hit your landmarks. So I don't think that level is as difficult as 6-1, but it is one of, if not the most punishing levels in the entire run. to go over it right here at the beginning. Got each of these visual cues for where you land these. Off the fish blower right there, off the platform, off the hoots. I want to land on the left side of this platform I'm kind of on the trajectory for. If I land on the right or even too much center, I'm going to clip this first hoot right here. But if I stay on the left side, I can clear him, bounce off the second one, and that will put me onto this ring platform where we can start to pull up the ship, because Donkey Kong physics. I don't know how that works, but whatever. Jump through the hot hoots ring of enemies right here. If you pull it up even a little bit, just to back it up to show that, that is enough to get this icy water far enough out of, or this boat far enough out of the icy water to where your cane reaches down, but your little toesies do not touch down on the icy water. Go through here. Here's your series of enemies. I don't know why I cleared that to fall in the water back there on the live run, but whatever. So I'll see that again. Flower, fish blower, platform, off the hoots. Nice series of just neutral bops off that set of 4 enemies right there. And then you would set yourself up for the damage boost that I'm showcasing in this clip right here. As you can see, that allows you to just immediately roll ahead. Because you have iframes, this fish isn't going to hit you. You roll down halfway, do a series of cane bounces, and I always think of this as you kind of want to glide your way to the top of this enemy where you'll neutral bop, setting your trajectory to dodge both of these hot hoots enemies and land on the platform below them. Right here, this is very important. So we actually need to sandbag this movement slightly, and your visual cue is once you're going over this spear enemy right here, you pull back ever so slightly on the stick. It's subtle enough, you can probably notice it. Kind of stopped there to where you're going to roll off the platform behind him and go off and immediately blast through here, dodging the left one and barely dodging the right one. If that's too scary, if you don't want to lose Cranky, which I understand when you're starting off runs, just wait in the barrel until the one on the left is solo above you and you can blast underneath him. Waste a few seconds, but you don't lose your run right here because this is incredibly important. Maybe I should just push forward a little bit. This boat section, if you can't bounce across these 4 enemies, is extremely long. I would guess you're losing something in the ballpark of 25, 30 seconds, just kind of a random ballpark guess. And that sucks. That would be a lot of time to lose right there. And if you took an accidental point of damage with Cranky before this, he'd be gone. And you wouldn't be able to pick him back up until 6-4. So your choice, you want to go for that or not. It's a pretty good setup. Yeah, understandably pretty scary. And you go into that last section of the level. You get under the hot hoots and you keep on moving through. The visual cues are pretty good from there. So let's now jump into 6-3. Definitely the levels now chill out a little bit for the next 2. 6-3's got a fun little chain of bounces you can do at the start that I'll showcase. And then 6-4 is the final auto scroll over the run, which we'll obviously just skip right by. Yeah, I see Church talking about it like, yeah, to get to this point, this is a couple of 100 hours of playing the game. Probably a couple thousand I've actually dumped in over the years.
Yeah.
Roll on here.
I guess I forget how. Sorry, go ahead.
No, while I'm exiting out of the level, say what you were going to say.
Yeah. I guess I forget just like how long it's been. Like in my mind, 2019 was not that long ago, but you've been running this game for a lot longer than I originally remembered. So.
Yeah, I've been running this game since it pretty much came out. I ran Donkey Kong Country Returns for the Wii for years before that. So this game came out in like February of 2014. I pretty much started running it in February of 2014. Obviously some level of on and off all the way through it.
Yeah.
So this is the section we'll break down afterwards, but you can maintain some momentum after sliding down that platform. And a lot of bobbing and weaving through all these enemies, utilizing them as your own types of platforms. To eventually get past that midpoint pig right there. Utilize some cane bouncing to get up onto this top shelf. 1, 2, 3, 4. Roll this one out. Go under this one to get into the barrel. And then we're going to use some cane bouncing to skip out on some lower parts down there. Gain some good height and get to the end of the level. Nice, relatively chill level after the two extremely difficult ones you just did. The only part I'm going to break down is that series of enemies right there. Oh, God, we're almost at the top, chat. We got like 6 clips left. You all have gone on a journey with me tonight. So right here, you actually do maintain some momentum off this ice slide that you're going down. Where I'm trying to aim my cane bounce is right in front of this walrus to where I bounce off the floor, but I also flip bounce off of him, which will send me a little further on, making for better spacing right here. Bounce up to the top shelf. So you got like this longer platform I'm on. There are the 3 pillars holding it up. Basically, I'm going to roll until I'm about to hit the middle pillar, and then I can do a big jump out of that to hopefully hit this hoot a little further into the screen. Neutral bop off that. Pogo. Baby pogo off this little fish guy. You do a little roll jump through this enemy so you can bounce at about where this flower is. Full pogo bounce off of the hoots, full pogo there, and then roll your way to the midpoint pig and out of there. So it's another fun like series of like you're using different sets of bounces, the neutral bops and everything based on the enemy. Neutral, pogo, baby pogo, roll right through him, big pogo, big pogo, roll to the end. Yeah, 6-3 not as big as 6-1 and 6-2, but still a fun level. I always love that section. 6-4, this is the final auto-scroller in the run. It's like 2.5 minutes. Do it, you'll be fine. 6-5, one of probably the last extremely difficult level in the run. A lot of big stuff you got to go for. This is one of the last spots where we get some really, really fun momentum conservation. So you got these platforms. We're going to maintain momentum after punching off of them. So you can see them right here a little more on display. I'll try to break it down afterwards with my clips. I got a bunch for this one. But you can see how you punch off of it. It shoots you forward. If you pogo, you can maintain that momentum, like so many other things in this game. For a good beginner strat, and this is still what I do, I run around this wheel 2 times. That manipulates this camera cycle to have this vine be on the far left side. There's a slightly more aggressive route you can do where you catch the vine when it's going a little more to the right. Saves about a second. I don't do it. I'm just teaching y'all what I know. Now coming up on this big boost, this is definitely the big moment of this level. What you're doing here is I'm going to drop into neutral. I'm going to pound this button. I'm going to do an immediate roll jump on the ground. Neutral bop off this big enemy, and then full pogo bounce off the hoots in the midair. That sounds like a lot. This is definitely a scary spot to watch, but I think it's actually extremely accessible for people to do once you understand that's what's going on. Boo. Quick roll jump, neutral, big pogo all the way through that entire section. Incredible speed right there, all the way into the barrel. Taking a damage boost right here. We're gonna grab onto this wheel, and as soon as you're just gonna actually be in neutral and let the wheel carry you to the top. Once you're at the top, that's gonna be your cue to roll off of it. Wait, go for it. Grab the ceiling. This platform drops down. Series of bounces. Roll off this one. Full pogo, neutral bop, minimum pogo, full pogo. Roll this one out. You're gonna take damage here with Cranky intentionally. Roll all the way around go all the way around the wheel. When you get to the top, do a full roll and jump off with solo Donkey Kong to get to that last barrel and finish off the level. One of the coolest levels in the run. I've said it a million times, but I mean it. So let's break this one down. We got 4 clips for y'all. 3 of my final 5 clips are right here. So I think you want to... No, not this one. Is this the first one? Yes. So this is the first one where you're flipping over. Let this move you into position. This is the one we saw at the beginning of the level. Punch it. And normally the level wants you to re-grab right there. We're not re-grabbing. We're just going to utilize this to cane bounce. Cane bounce again up to this top shelf. Roll it out where you will roll. You'll keep rolling through the air underneath this snowflake and then jump. And again, it's the whole thing I didn't even bother bringing up in the tutorial. Cranky's cane, it can bounce off of snowflakes. That's pretty cool. And you can utilize that with actually, you have so much speed, it looks like this is a big bounce. It's actually just a little minimum bounce you're doing off of this. You have so much speed, it'll carry you all the way to that platform. Watch it again. Wait till it gets in place. Pound it. Pogo, pogo, roll, jump, pogo, into the platform. So some really fun speed right there. And now let's once again break down this one. This is kind of the big moment jump. You are in neutral right here. As soon as it stops, you're going to pound it. You're going to do a immediately roll jump when you touch the ground. The longer you are on the ground for, the more that speed will depreciate. So that's why you want to do the immediate roll jump. Neutral, full pogo in the barrel. Neutral, full pogo in the barrel. And then we have here the final section of the level. Taking that damage, grabbing this wheel, wait till you're at the top, then roll off, catch the end of the grass, roll under a series of pogos until you clear this big boy, roll off here to set up for another set of full pogos. All of these are full pogos. Go off the first 2, that's a full pogo. This third one, neutral bop, so your trajectory goes down to set up for getting past this fish thrower right here. Minimum bounce right there. So the way I kind of think of it is I'm gonna bounce off the belly of this enemy and not his head. Because if you go off his head, that fish is gonna hit you and you're gonna lose Cranky early. Not a big deal, you can still make your way through it, but it's less optimal. Roll this one out for a little bit of spacing. Roll another one out into the barrel. Again, you're gonna walk around here, you're gonna intentionally lose Cranky because you're gonna pick up Dixie at the beginning of the next level anyways. Cranky doesn't actually save any time. Go all the way around. When you get to the top, do a full roll jump with Donkey Kong and get to that barrel. If that last jump makes you a little nervous, you can just wait on the platform a little longer, just ride the wheel around a little bit more, and then you can roll to the barrel. Hell yeah, gamers. All right. Back in we go. We got 3 levels left before the final boss. We got 6-6 right here. Which, once again, you could tank Cranky out of the last level. He can debatably make some of this movement in the opening easier, but you're still going to catch the same Dixie cycle. You'll kind of just get up to the Dixie cycle and then just do more waiting. Want to get to right here, wait till you come up. Oh, might be going too slow to catch the Dixie cycle coming up. Might catch the very end of it. Let's see. Yeah, this isn't going to be enough. Is this cycle already going to be going? No, we're going. Okay, we're good. Oh, nice. We actually got the thing. I've actually kind of gotten a couple of really good boosts right there off of later enemies, allowing me to go a little faster through that section. For this last bit right here, I'll just go ahead and point out now before even doing the review. You want to touch certain points of the platforms. That will make the next part start spawning in sooner. Get up here, hold right. Anybody can do this. You are in a barrel below the level. That's supposed to send you to the end of the level. It's not intended to be this way. You have to hold right there in order to buffer falling into it. If you wait even just a little bit, the barrel's not going to be there and you'll fall and die. And you wait till now and you shoot it out. I'll have a visual cue I'll show you all. Let's review that one. So again,
pretty dope that you can just like hold right there.
Yeah, if you just go up there, anybody can just hold right and you're going to fall in the barrel down there. And what you're looking for is, imagine like, if you look right now, if you look at the bottom of the screen, kind of bottom center, there's basically like a triangle right there in like a gap opening in the platform you're looking at. As soon as that triangle is gone, that's your cue to shoot. So wait, shoot now. Because what you're doing is you're waiting for just the platform to move out of the way so you can shoot out of there. And it might just seem like, is that just like a swag strat? Is that safety? No, it is faster. Because otherwise you have to climb all the way around and eventually get to the barrel. With this, as soon as it's out of the way, you can shoot out of it and save a bunch of time. I didn't really review any of like the rest of that level. The biggest thing is just like a couple of spots where you roll and then you effectively are doing the same motion as those super bounces I was talking about in a couple of early levels to do big boosts off of enemies to clear other gaps and whatnot. So with that, let's go ahead and jump into 6, 7. I didn't make any clips for this one either. Another Dixie level right here. This is a level that optimally is actually done with Cranky. I never learned the Cranky strats, so I just use Dixie. It's a scary level because once again, there's only one barrel at the beginning and then you don't get another one the rest of the way. I'll try to show you actually a cheeky little backup strat, even a safety strat if you want it to be that. A little ways into the level. Because there's a mechanic in this game, a base mechanic that Speedrun for the most part doesn't use, but it is there. Little running back and forth between the foreground and the, foreground and the background right there in order to get going. After you hit this button 3 times, then you can wait for this door to get out of the way and then you can just start going. Right here, whenever the little electric orbs are underneath the platform, that electricity would hurt your Kong. So we want to avoid whenever that's going on. So wait there for just a little bit. Now go. You're going to go neutral off that. Jump from vine to vine to vine. You can see if you're just a little bit slow right there. Okay, so yeah, let's see like you did like I did right there. If you press L and R at the same time, there's this there's a mechanic in the game called Kong Pow. And it changes all the enemies on the camera at that point into something helpful. Diddy, one-up balloons, Cranky, they're coins. If you're Dixie, it changes them into hearts. And not just hearts, golden hearts. So if you look up at my health right now, That is extra health I have to work with right now. So when you're starting off in this level, I actually think a really good beginner strat, you sacrifice 3 seconds and you can kill those 2 or 3 enemies, turning them into yellow hearts. And now you have extra leeway to go through the rest of this level. Weave your way between those, ride this one up to this top shelf. Hover over that Omega helmed enemy. Hover between those 3 enemies, and then here's where you're gonna take your damage boost if you haven't taken damage up to that point in the level. Going through that entire section, setting up to eventually take your second damage boost right there and into the finish barrel. That's another one. I'm not going to stop. We're already well enough into the evening. I'm not going to give a big breakdown of everything going on in that level. For the most part, if you want to watch back the clips, you can kind of see all the visual cues for where you place all of your jumps. Final level of the run before the final boss, we got Meltdown Mayhem. We got one more instance of Rambi, the Rhombus. Good old Rumpus. Switch over to Cranky right here, which will utilize him for the rest of the game. And once again, we're going to want to utilize Cranky's cane in order to basically cut out as many little startups with Rambi as we can. For the most part, I'm just going to run through this level. There's one spot in particular I will break down for you guys when we get there. A lot of this level is very stop and go for just kind of knowing when the platforms are going to start falling down and when they're going to be in position. In that way, this makes it actually kind of a frustrating level that you got to do at the end. I was not paying attention. Can I? Aw, that stinks. I'm just going to start the level over. That was the one you had to wait to blast out of. All the rest of them up to that point, you can just blast. I'll do it again. Because that's the cool section coming up. Now I'm like my boy Michael Goldfish back at AGDQ 2015. Blasted out of the GDQ barrel. Like I said, it's a lot of stop and go. It's a lot of go, stop. Go, stop.
Yeah.
You still try to fit in whenever you can, cut out a little Rambi run cycle. That's good. Throw in a cane bounce instead. Saves about 1/10 of a second every time. Get up here, wait, go. Bounce up into there. Okay, blast, wait, blast. Probably not gonna nail this here, but I've got a clip for it. Yeah, so we had most of it there. I'll give a good breakdown of that little section. That could be a section where you basically don't ever see yourself have to start up a run with Rambi. Cranky's cane just lifts him through the whole thing. You can naturally lift, do a little chain bouncing right there. Run off here, keep slapping that Rambi booty. Wait for just a second here, then go. So that you clear that lava gap. I guess it's not a gap at that point. It's very full of lava. Here, wait until these pillars get out of the way, and then you are going to make your way through the last of the level. And you can try to do a little bit of optimization right here off the edge of these pogo. Cut out 3 run cycles, saving 0.3 of a second right there. The only section I'm going to break down right there, this is my last clip of the night, and then we're doing the final boss. So it's this part right here. The biggest thing is you want to land right in front of this one to where it chains into there on the lower trajectory, breaking that target. You always need to break those targets with Rambi, and then go down far enough to where you're going to dodge that Rambi crate above, so to where you basically climb up the stairs here and you go through the whole thing. So in stride, this is actually a really pretty looking section. A lot of it's just learning like where to place each of those cane bounces and how much sensitivity is on each of them to where you stay low enough to where you hit that middle shelf and then you keep on going up. With that, chat, we've been on quite the journey. It's been a 4-hour show getting to bring you everything about Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze original mode. I just have to beat the final boss. Going here into Volcano Dome. The one who stole the Donkey Kong Island away from us. We fought our way back here. Let's take him out. Your last barrel back there if you need Cranky. This is actually a level where, like, there's not much difference between having Diddy Dixie or Cranky. So if you do come in here and you don't have one of them, take whoever you got. It's whoever you're going to feel comfortable with just hitting the backside of Frederick. I always kind of compared this to like Super Mario 64 where you have Bowser throws. It's an inherently simple thing you got to do. Doing it in a run can be pretty scary though. The big thing here is once again, visual cues, visual cues, visual cues. So you see right here where I am, I'm 3 full platforms away from him. When he starts running, I jump straight up in the air and I'll land each of these bounces. Frederick, for each of his 9 hits, there are 3 different running speeds he has: slow, medium, and fast. And the breakdown of them is kind of weird. For this first phase, they're all slow. So I want to be 3 platforms away from him. Boom, set yourself up. 2. And 3. Oh, he was over here. You want to bait him into doing 3 jumps right here, just in that exact pattern what I just did. Just makes him end it a little bit faster. And the nice thing about that first phase is they're all slow and they're all, you don't have ice physics like you have now. We're going to utilize the fact that we can slap the ground to stop our momentum in order to try to set ourselves up to not go slip sliding around on the ice. Wait for him to stand still, be on the ground, and then throw the enemy at him. I do want to note there is a way to do like early throws. You chuck them immediately. It's very difficult. I've never personally learned how to do them, but they can save you a good 4 seconds per cycle if you hit them correctly. But again, not easy. So now for phase 2, this is the hardest phase. The first run is going to be slow, the second one is medium, and the third one is fast. And you're on ice physics, so after you hit them, you want to get into position and then slap the ground so that you stop moving and you have your specific visual cue. So once again, for slow, 3 platforms away in the middle. For the next one, I want to be still 3 platforms away, but on the far side away from him. This is going to be medium. And for all of the fast ones, I want to be in between 3 and 4 platforms away from him. Oh, I didn't. Oh, hard out of pause. I will not restart the fight right here. I will not restart the fight. Again, it's hard when I'm pausing in between them because those really go bop, set up, bop, set up, bop, set up. And honestly, even down a Kong, Cranky does technically make it slightly easier because his cane reaches down a little bit. I'm going to try to just do it here with solo Donkey Kong. In theory, it shouldn't really be any different. And this kind of shows you how punishing it is to miss a hit It is 1 entire minute you lose for missing any of the first 6 hits. Because he's going through the second phase again, I can just do that. And he doesn't give you the opportunity to even get in extra hits for next phases. It's just a 1 minute time loss. Okay, so you're always gonna get this lava pillar pattern where we call it the pee your pants RNG, where it falls down just like blah, blah, blah. The first time you see this, unless your name is Kirby Master, you're gonna die. But I'm gonna try to tell you here, stand on the far one. As soon as it starts falling down, do a full roll jump towards Frederick to land on the other platform. I can't do it while I'm pausing. Okay, so we're just gonna die. I can't do it all, so we're gonna do the whole fight now. We're gonna do the whole fight, we're not gonna pause for it.
It is very difficult to unpause and get right back into it, especially when you're pausing as much as you
Yeah, and there's like ice physics you have to adjust to and everything. Okay, so here's the final boss. It's genuinely very difficult. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Because then all of a sudden your momentum's like not where it needs to be. But Frederick is one of those where like, I would say he's actually the second or third easiest. Probably out of the 6 bosses, he's the number 4 I would place him as in terms of difficulty in the run, behind the first, second, and fourth bosses. But you don't want to lose runs to him. You don't want to lose minutes to this boss. You want to practice this and feel really confident that you're going to go 9 for 9 every time you hit him. Because, yeah, it's a 1 minute time loss. I've been sitting here all night telling y'all, this saves 2 seconds, and this saves 3, and oh my God, this one saves 10. Yeah, you lose a minute for missing any of these first 6 hits, and like 25 seconds if you miss hits 7, 8, or 9. So, yeah, non-negotiable, can't mess these up. Just kind of walk around. Make sure you're on the floor when you throw it so it's a lower trajectory. I see a lot of people the first time they play the game, they try to jump at him and throw it, and it goes way high arcing over his head. So that's a little minor thing to understand. All right, so here, phase 2, slow. This will be medium. And that's fast. So I'm gonna wanna land like 4 platforms away in the middle for each of them. So here's the pee your pants RNG. Yeah, so it's one of those, once you know it, just as the 5th platform, the far right one, is falling down, then you can roll off and get back to the first one. It's just like I said, that's so unfair the first time you play the game. Like, I don't know how you know that, it's whatever.
Yeah, that is absolutely brutal.
Yeah, you're gonna get murdered. It sucks. All right, hit 7, 8, 9. Got one more set of enemies coming down here. For these middle ones, it's always gonna be whichever one is falling down closer to you. The one that's lower to the ground, that's the one that's gonna have the enemy in it. Okay, so once again, slap in between the platforms, roughly where you wanna be. Jump straight up, that's the setup. 7, 8, and 9. And his hitbox, and that's GG, his hitbox looks a lot bigger than it actually is. It looks like, oh, you got that entire broad backside. Nah, it's really, you are aiming at his like shoulders every single time you do it. If you're a little too far up on him, even Cranky's cane, it can't bounce off of his helmet. His helmet is like super spikes, I don't know. And he curves away from you and you miss a lot of those, like kind of his backside, his butt and everything. You're really aiming for the shoulder pads. And with that, that's Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze on original mode. Showcase for all of you in like 4 hours. These 4 hours have flown by. Was that 5 hours or 4?
It's 4 hours. It's really flown by,
Damn,
yeah.
man. That was 4 hours. Wow. We did it. Woo!
That was a really fantastic tutorial too. You, especially with those clips you saved, like, you really went in detail. I felt like you answered pretty much any questions I had. Like, you did a great job. Thank you so much.
Yeah, Church, thank you so much for having me on. It's like I said, I kind of viewed this as a really fun opportunity to actually put out a little bit of a tutorial. And again, everyone, like, obviously the way tutorials go, and I'm sure you've experienced this, Church, on a lot of your shows, there's way more detail you could go into. I told y'all what I could tell you at 4 hours. There were a lot of levels that I feel like I glossed over a little bit. You can. For the most part, I want this game to come off pretty accessible, that you can kind of just watch the clip. What you see is what you get. I wanted to pause a lot of spots to kind of show you this is specifically what you're looking for, this spot. Otherwise, this spacing of these cane bounces or anything don't work. But for the most part, I think anybody can pick up this run. I think they can have a lot of fun. It flows so beautifully the more and more you play each of these. And if you are watching this and you're like, I want maybe a somewhat easier run, but I want to get into Tropical Freeze, 100% recommend watching my good friend DKS, world record holder in this category. And let me make sure I get his YouTube channel right. EJIMAK, EJIMAK. Ejimac, I actually don't know how he says it. That's his YouTube channel. He's got an entire tutorial put up for the funky mode run of this game, or even though that is, yeah, it's easy mode technically, there are so many cool strats that only Funky Kong can do that the others can't. So if you want to get into it, that's actually a really good way to start off runs of this game. I like the original mode here. It's basically a retelling of the Wii U version, with just a lot faster loads, and it's really good in that regard. But yeah, I hope y'all enjoyed it. I hope some of y'all consider, hey, let's get into Tropical Freeze. It's very fun. I had a lot of fun getting to showcase it at GDQ this past week. And now, once again on GDQ, with my good friend Church Sarge here, chilling with me in the call.
Yeah. It's you know, you in Tropical Freeze, like, watching you play it is always a blast. You know, this is at least the second time I've been either in a call with you or on stage with you, and it's always a blast. So before we, you know, sign off, I guess first of all, do you have anything else you would like to talk about on the subject, like the run, any other tips? I've got a few questions I've got lined up, so.
I think one thing that's really good is that, so there are time attacks in this run that are tied to each level. And they all have different, like, medals you can go for. There's bronze, silver, gold, and shiny gold, which is like a hidden time that you don't know about until you do it. But it's a little shinier, you can kind of tell, as opposed to a duller gold. For the most part in this game, if you even just want to start with those, if you can get golds, and especially shiny golds, in all of these levels that I just showcased you tonight, you're already well over 90% of the way to doing full runs of this game. But if you want to skip that step, again, you can also just watch some of the top times, watch what we do, and just kind of, you know, take them step by step. There's not a lot of hidden inputs in this game. What you see is what you get. Tropical Freeze, great speedrun.
So one thing that this run has that a lot of the other runs we've had doesn't is that level select. Like, that is a very helpful tool that you can use to, like, practice different levels. So, like, a lot of runs suffer from the problem where you practice the beginning of the run a lot, but you don't practice the last half of the run or the last quarter or whatever. So that, like, this game has, like, you can just practice, you know what, I've had really bad 6-3s. I'm going to go practice 6-3 right now for a little bit. That's really awesome. In general, so a little, like, off of Donkey Kong, do you have any specific tips that you like to give people who are looking to get into speedrunning?
Gosh, I mean, I always tell, pick a game you love. Like, at the end of the day, like, I'm trying to sell this to people. If you have played Tropical Freeze and you had a lot of fun, it looks like a fun speedrun, I'm trying to sell that to you. I'm not trying to tell you if you hate Donkey Kong Tropical Freeze or just like 2D platformers, like, don't run this game. I guarantee you there's something for you, and I really do think speedrunning is not this thing that God gamers do. I saw a lot of comments in the chat like, oh my God, like Spike is so good at this, yada, yada, yada. First of all, there are people better than me. And I've dumped a couple thousand hours into this game.
Yeah.
It is, at the end of the day, my good friend Deo Man, who's been featured on GDQ Hotfix, GDQ the last couple of weeks for different stuff. I stand by always what he said about it. For the most part, the people who are at like the tops of leaderboards and everything, they have that is directly correlated to how much time they've put in. I don't want to say none of it comes down to like natural skill or anything. I think the more you speedrun, the more you kind of get a feel for like good practice habits and whatnot. But for the most part, the person who put in 10,000 hours is probably getting a better time than the person who put in 5,000 hours, who put in 1,000 hours, who put in 100 hours, who put in 5 or 10 hours. However much time you want to put in, that's what you're going to get back out. And you can roll around and feel like you're going super fast and having a good time in Tropical Freeze or whatever speed run you want to go into in not that many hours. So,
yeah, that is one of the things that I like to, try to bring up is that it is pretty easy to get into speedrunning, but like if you take, so the one I typically use is SM64.
Yes.
Like you can put up a pretty fast time in Super Mario 64, but since that's such a competitive game, you'll probably be 100th, but it's still pretty fast.
Oh yeah.
But you're not gonna be, in that top 10 zone for a little bit. Like if you pick up SM64, you could probably, put up, I guess it depends on the category, but you could probably put a sub 2 hour in 120 star in a few weeks. But if you want to get to the 130s, you're looking at a few months, maybe a year or something.
Right.
It's all. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's almost like, well, I kind of almost equate it to like losing weight. Like sometimes you got a lot on there. All of a sudden you put in just a little bit of work and a lot can come off pretty fast. We always talk about the fun of having like a second run where like the second time you do it, like, oh, those splits look great. They're all gold. You're saving a bunch of time. Yeah. But the further you go, the harder it is to just save those like 10 seconds you need at the end of the run to hit your goal time, hit a world record, hit a big PB, whatever that is for you. It's, it's a lot. So, and oftentimes like those people that you see that are above you on the leaderboard, they've just put in more hours. So don't ever discourage yourself and think that like, I can't do it. Any single person in this chat, I promise you can speedrun. Find a game you love, you can do it.
Yeah. Like that's one of the big things is like you don't see the the 1,000 hours Spike has put into this game. You don't see all the work people have put into it. When you look at a leaderboard, you just see, oh, Spike has a great time. I don't, it's a lot of practice, and if you put in the same amount of practice, you can get times like Spike, like whoever's at the top of whatever super popular game. Pick a game you like, which I can't stress enough. You have to like the game. You have to,
because you're gonna hate it by the end of by the time you're done running it.
Yeah,
it's true though. Like you will learn every little kind of weird blemish about a game. Like, because like there are things I didn't really get into them tonight. I think this game is fantastic. I think this is as close to a perfect video game as you can get. I truly love it. But even it's got a few things where I'm like, why does it work that way? And it can sometimes feel like it can mess up your run, but you're gonna understand that. You're gonna understand that game way more than anyone who played it 1 or 2 times. You're gonna realize why you don't like the game. So pick a game that you love, so when you hate it, it's got some cushion.
Yeah, absolutely. That's kind of all I've got. If you've got anything else, feel free.
Follow me over at twitch.tv/SpikeVegeta. I like to stream almost every day. I take Fridays off, which is good. That's tomorrow. So I can sleep in tomorrow. That'll be good. But yeah, we do speedruns of all sorts of games. I'm actually going to be working on Kingdom Hearts after this. I actually just got my goal time in this game, so this feels almost like a little bit of a send-off for me from Tropical Freeze speedrunning. I got to run at SGDQ. I hit the 124, which was a time I had been wanting for a couple months now, so it was great to hit that. I'm on to future speed goals. And follow me on YouTube, Spike Vegeta. It's Spike Vegeta over there as well. All those sorts of things. Do that. Speedruns are cool. Randomizers are cool. Casual playthroughs are cool. Challenge runs are cool. It's great. Things are cool.
Yeah, so this is going to be definitely check Spike out. I don't know that we've ever had this conversation, but Spike is kind of the reason I'm here right now. He is one of the 2 runners that I started watching to get into speedrunning. So, yeah. I bet you, 8 years later, I bet you didn't know that.
I had no idea. I was, that's awesome. I'm glad I got you into this. You're a good person. I'm glad you're part of the community. Hell yeah.
Yeah. It's awesome to be able to, be here and have this kind of talk with you after 8 years, 9 years, I guess. But yeah, no, Spike is a great person. Definitely check Spike out.
I've officially dropped the grudge from losing the poker tournament to you back in 2014, 15?
2014. It was my first event.
It was 14. Okay, I couldn't remember if it was 14 or 15 on that poker tournament. We were the last 2 in the GDQ backroom charity poker tournament. Unfortunately, Church took first. I was like, dang it.
It was close.
That was good. It was back and forth. It was engaging. That should have been on stream. It would have been great. But that's cool, man. I didn't know. I'm glad I got you into it. I'm glad I indirectly started the Grinch speedrunning community.
The best speedrunning community ever.
Hey, the game looks sick.
It is. I can teach you anytime you want.
I was going to say, when's the How to Train a Speedrunner the Grinch?
Well, I did just have it on the Showrunner Showcase, so at this point, anytime I need a backup game, to be perfectly honest.
Well, my runner got sick. Okay, let's get in there.
Yep. Hey, Grinch. So keep an eye out for that, everybody.
Good stuff.
We could probably ramble on forever, so...
Yeah, we could chill it forever. But this was a ton of fun, Church. Genuinely, thank you so much for having me on. I'm so glad about all the hotfix shows that go on all year long. I think this is a really, really cool idea. Just like a built-in, one-shot tutorial series for different speedruns all throughout the year. And I look forward to catching more of these. I'm excited to see what other games you have on the docket for the show.
Yeah, absolutely. There's going to be a lot of cool runs, a lot of runs that are so obviously we want beginner friendly ones. I might branch into a little more intermediate friendly once we've got a lot of shows or games done, but definitely we're gonna have a lot of awesome games, popular games, maybe some indie stuff, so be on the lookout for that.
Heck yeah, gamer.
I do. Yeah, just before we close out, I do want to give one more huge shout out to you. Thank you so much for coming on, teaching the game. It's awesome to have very skilled, passionate runners teach their games. So I really appreciate it.
Thank you, man.
That is all for tonight, though. So before we go, I do just want to give 2 quick reminders. We do have Frame Fatales, which is going to be having its next all-women speedrunning event, Flame Fatales, from August 21st to 27th. The marathon schedule is going to be releasing technically today, tomorrow, July 8th. You can type !FF in Twitch chat, or you can go to gamesdonequick.com/framefatales for more information on that. And tomorrow we are going to be having a very special episode of the Hotfix. It is going to be a Sonic Origins special hosted by Amber Cypern and Hypnotics. That's going to be starting at 7 p.m. Eastern. What's Faster is going to be returning in 2 weeks, and it's going to be joined by a new show, Grudge Match, which is hosted by Brosensha. We do have a few new shows coming out in the next few weeks, so keep an eye out on that. With that said, we are going to take a quick break while we look for a raid target, so if y'all wouldn't mind sticking around to help cheer on somebody else who's doing a speedrun, that would be awesome. Have a great night, all. Thanks for dropping by.
Bye!